Welcome, welcome. We made it. I had a little bit of an issue before, for a moment there. So we are a little bit delayed. But we should be good to go now. Everything is good to go and set. Yeah. Today we are doing more dandelion. It's been a little bit since we did dandelion, but we are back into it. We'll be starting from Jihei's route, who is our, sorry, I have a cookie in front of me. We're doing Silver Bunny. So that will be fun. This will be our penultimate route here. And after this one, it's going to be Jisoo, which is our black cat. I have an Oreo. I just really, I'm obsessed with Oreos, if people can't tell. Whoa. This one has a mistake in it. What? This one has a piece of another cookie, of the cookie part, in the center of it. So it looks a little wonky. I'll hold off for now for the snacks. I keep feeling like today isn't Saturday, like it's weird because I streamed on Thursday, so that it's definitely throwing me off that I streamed Thursday and not, so I feel like Friday, I feel like yesterday was Saturday, so it was a little off. I'm a little off, momentum wise right now, but we should be getting back into it. I should be good to go. I got my big thing of water with me today. So we will be good with reading, hopefully. We won't have any misspeaking mishaps like we did last time. That was a little bit rough, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. Yeah. We're gonna be chilling. It's gonna be a good time. Let's see. You know what I should do here? Which I haven't posted in this thing in a while. I haven't posted the socials in a hot minute, so I'm gonna like do that because I've been off my game. So those are those, if anyone do be joining and not part of the Discord or whatever, where most of my live announcements will actually be received. But yeah, we got all of those there. So while we start Dandelion, we can transition over here. Yeah. Sorry, Velco. This game has actual music, so we got to switch you over. We haven't seen Dandelion in a hot minute. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm so excited. I definitely feel like I needed that little bit of a break that we had, especially because of everything journey wise on me, for what I was feeling and going through, that I'm kind of ignoring. Not ignoring now, but I'm like, you know, chilling about it. We have, let's see if I can remember what save it is. It's Jian's route, Jiwoo. Oh god, there's so many. That's Jiyoon. That's Jiwoo. So where our common route is probably this one. Because this is the first one it looks like we have a choice for. Let's get into this nonsense. Because we got farming to do interaction-wise here. Get that money first. Gonna need that. working all the weekends. I feel like it's easier for me to save up a fuck ton of money now while there's still animals. Cause that should help with everything. Maybe. What? Takes you to the tile screen. Why are you broken, Dandelion? You have 2 roots left. Y'all, I can't believe this. This is why we had to start late. Dandelion, I'm gonna murder you. Oh no. What's wrong with this? What's wrong with it? What's wrong with it? You know what? I'm gonna, you know what? You know what? I'm gonna crash out. Y'all, I'm gonna crash out. Okay, we fixed it. We fixed it. Easy peasy. Easy fucking peasy. We fixed it. Now we go back to like it never happened. Yep. Like it never happened. Okay. Maybe. Yes. Why can't things just go correctly? Okay, let's try a different fix. Let's try a different fix, because I'm going to scream. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Dandelion, why were you updating after I opened it? What are you talking about? Oh my god. Apparently, according to Steve, Dandelion was trying to update something, and I'm like, girl, the game was open. Why would you try to do that while the game is open? I gotta wait for this thing to connect again. Because it takes a hot fucking second, apparently. Oh my god. Well, how's everyone doing? That's how's everybody doing? I would love for things to not go horrifically wrong here. But hey, you know, we'd love to see it. Maybe it's just not like this game. Every time I try to put this game in and like capture this game, it goes fucking wonky. So it just hates this one, apparently. Well, let's just be patient, I guess. I am not that, though that's the problem. Oh, there we go. Okay, the problem is I am not the patientest of person. There we go. Okay, here we go again. We go to work. The next day, we go to work again. It's gonna read the script for a cutscene. Right? Please. Please. I'm gonna scream. Everybody, we're gonna scream. I cannot believe what the fuck's happening. If it, you know, worst case, if this doesn't work, you just play fucking Seduce me. I'm so, oh my god. Okay, what happens if let me just be insane and then attempt to go from a different, fucking common route. Who knows? Who knows if this will work? All right. Well, I tried a different save. We're gonna see if this fucking works. Yeah, I don't know where we are here. I think this is, I think we're, Got 0 points with everyone, which means they're probably right from the beginning. And we have to find not Cow Bunny, Silver Bunny, who I think is studying. Damn it, it's Jiwoo. The only time I've ever mad at Jiwoo is when I don't want to actually find him, when I have to find other people. Oh, pressure's really fucking high. Girl, yeah, rest on the couch. Oh, perfect! And we can catch a silver rabbit, so we're good. He likes his fur brushed. Perfect. Beautiful. Okay. We're gonna hope that there are no mishaps at all when we get to any cutscenes. Oh, pressure is high. I think he's doing laundry. There we go. Silver Rabbit. Do I need to get points with Baby Buddy as well? Oh, we're gonna find out if we have a problem or not. Yeah, okay. Why? 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 Why, Dandelion? Why is this happening? Huh? This is so weird. What the fuck? Manage? No. I guess. This will not include, okay. That's kind of what I'm trying to save, though. Wonder if I can browse it from the local files. It says there's a problem with the script. Is script recall? If I try launching it from the game's actual files, maybe? I don't know if that will change anything, but I'm gonna just test it really quick while it's not pulled up here. And see if this changed anything. Worst case, I might have to let's cross our fingers. Huh, okay, something's wrong with Dandelion, man. I don't know how to fix this thing. That's a good fucking question. I would hate to go back through the... It's alright. If we had to go through the prologue or whatever, I could just skip that. We're gonna do something here. I'm gonna put Balco on for a second because I just need music going on while I attempt to fix this. Fuck. Manage, do that. Then we'll pop this back in here. It should only take a second. It's been only. Let's see if this works. I love that we're having a scuff. But you're locked in me. Alright, this is. It's gonna take a quick second, but we should be able to get this to work, I think. It says 1 of 2 on the bottom down here. So what is the other one? Okay. Oh, there's a update on dispatch. That's something else we could do. I wanted to do, I've already played through dispatch, I think, once, but I really like it, and I feel like I would enjoy seeing different options and dialogue choices, because I haven't gone back and done any of the other, options besides the ones I initially did. So that might be kind of fun to do. it's using that much data. It's at, let's say, okay. This is up next and then scheduled. Okay. Completed, we have that. So let's try this again. This is going to open up now. And everything's gonna be perfectly fine, I hope. Let's just see. So we'll take a quick sec for OBS to recognize the window. But from there, hopefully it's okay. Let me just, okay, so those are all there. We're still fine with that. Let me go into my properties and see why this would not be working. Okay. Alright, we're just giving her a second. Hopefully everything is fine. I'm gonna do a quick check actually before everything happens and goes wrong. Because I just reinstalled it, so... What the fuck? I'm confused. Okay, give me the server. Should I set the script again? Sorry, I'm trying to read the error message to see if I can figure this out. Let me do a quick search. Or a missing file. What the hell? Let me narrow this down here. That would not make sense because, hold on, let me try something. I'm trying a lot of things actually, apparently. Okay. Let me do a doohickey here. What is this? What's that? That's not usually there. Okay, let me try running this as an administrator really quick. Oh, okay. It's doing something. Oh, okay. I hit run Steam as administrator and then Dandelion opened like immediately. So maybe this is fine now. Oh my goodness. We're gonna find out. Please load the fucking cutscene. If not, we're gonna have to change plans and pivot. Okay, awesome. We're going to figure out a different game. So exciting, right? Oh my god. Why is this happening? Let me see if I can find the specific one. Okay, hold on. There is a actual discussion post here about specifically this happening. This was posted, let's see. Did anyone fix this? I connected to the internet, yeah. Maybe that's, no, that can't be the problem. Having the same issue, and it's never done this before. It's I only have one. Okay, this is odd. I'm gonna do another test really quick to see. Okay. Wouldn't be anything I can do in this thing here. What the fuck? We might not be able to. I'm trying to fix it in real time and it's not working. It would be that. It'd be another one. And then where am I supposed to write my thingamajigger? What the fuck? Oh, fuck. Oh my gosh, because it's... Okay, hold on. I'm struggling. I don't know how to fix this. I actually have no idea how to fix this. I don't think nothing should be... Let me try this. We can do that. And then once it's uninstalled, let me see if I can, because then it doesn't let me go to the files because it's not there. Oh my gosh. Everything that could go wrong is going wrong right now. And I have no idea how to fix a dandelion and its dumb little script read error. Apparently there's a thread from like 2016 when someone had the same problem. But, I don't know how they got a solution because it just dies. The comments just like fade off into whatever happened. I'm gonna reinstall it yet again. Why is everything going wrong? I love this so much for us. Oh my gosh. Oh, you would think I know how to do tech stuff, sorta, kind of. Properties, everything is matching. Maybe I need to put it in the, okay, let me, what did I just click on? I moved it out of the folder by accident. Whoopsies. Hey, no, go back in the folder. You go back in the game folder you were in. Reinstall this fucking game, I guess. I'm gonna cry. Okay. I'm gonna put it in a different spot and we're gonna hope that it works fine. Because we haven't never had any problems playing Dandelion before, and all of a sudden we're having all of the problems. The game really said, wishes brought to you? Nah, nah, nah. Wishes are being... this is the wizard. Wait, this is all the wizard's fault. That's what I'm gonna say. This is all the wizard's fault. Instead of stealing our memories, he's stealing our capability of playing this game. This is so fun. This is so fun for me. Gonna nibble on a BTS cookie while I hope everything works. Oh my god. I just want to play the game. That's all I want to do. Worst case, we end up playing Seduce Me. That's fine. It's already installed. We have a route that we're going through there. And, Dandelion, I would like you to work. You're at 90% reinstalled, please. 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 Okay. Okay. Alright. Game ready. Okay. Steam is in administrator mode. Everything that could potentially solve the problem has been done. So everything is running in administrator mode. We have now launched the game again. Okay. Alright. It's popping up in the way I usually have it windowed. That's great and all. Before I connect us to that screen, I will be figuring out if there is a problem by attempting to load this script again. It's only when the cutscene tries to start is when I'm having that problem. If it does not load this cutscene immediately, we will have to switch. And I'm just gonna have to give up on Dandelion today. There will be no wishes brought to me, apparently. Oh my gosh, can't communicate with the server. Okay, what do you mean you cannot communicate with the server? You are, everything is on, everything's connected. Would you like to load the script again? Yes, I would like to load the script again. Why are we not working? If I have to contact Chariot support, I'm gonna cry. This will be the second game that's in a different country that I'm gonna have to contact the support team for. Okay. So we will have no wishes brought to us. Unfortunately. But we can seduce some demons. As a good backup plan. Alright. Let's fix the title of this one. Alright. I can't believe Dandelion hates us, man. Why? Dandelion. Ugh. I'm so stressed. I had so many issues getting started and it just keeps happening. Today is gonna be the day where everything goes wrong. We're gonna change this. Change our category because we have a backup plan. Okay. We're coming up with the solutions. Not solutions, alternate plans. Okay. There we go. And make that Seduce me. We'll just grab that one. Alrighty. There we are. Hey y'all. Dandelion looks a little different today. I didn't know Dandelion had demons in it. We do have a character that has rabbit ears in here who has blue on their outfit, so you know what? You know what? And maybe Dandelion got jealous. I think Dandelion got jealous that we were playing a different game. And I'm gonna have to contact Chariot support. I love that for me. I love that for me. Okay, who's ready to seduce some demons? I am. A spell on me. Thank you, Valko. Alrighty, where are we? I think this is our save here. The boys just arrived into the demon world. For them, back into the demon world. I have been here for 2 days, and they are like, oh my gosh, where were you? And everyone's worried sick about me. I just got a new outfit too, so I'm no longer running around in a wedding dress. Good. All right, look, it's Matthew. We made it. Okay, I gotta get back into the reading mode. I gotta focus up. I gotta focus up and not misspeak, because last time I went to say the word heart and my brain had a brain fart and actually did not say the right word at all. So we got this. We got this. We're locking in. Locking in. All right. All right. Hi, Matthew. The entire experience was not something I expected to go through. No kidding. Especially since this was now interfering with my wedding. It's been 2 days. That wedding is... well, I can't say it's over because it didn't actually happen. I'm trapped in a demon world under a curse that I cannot break without either us killing the demon lord or us dying. Great. Let's stress about that now. The entire journey to my room became one filled with mild anger. Mild anger? Mild? I'm sorry, girl. If I'm cursed from this man's father, the demon lord, or whatever the fuck we're calling him, because he's the demon lord, he's an asshole. We're gonna call him asshole. If I'm cursed by this asshole that I cannot leave here without dying, and I was about to get married, I would have more than mild anger. Especially if I've been here for 2 days and I've been attempting to like get back home for like 3 attempts at least. At least Matthew is here to help me through this. That's great. But I still couldn't help but let the situation sink under my skin. This wasn't fair at all. I knew Matthew could sense my anger as he lightly squeezed my hand. He's like, wow, you're real pissed off there. Which was gently cupped in his as he walked beside me.
What's wrong?
That's a very loaded question, Matthew. What's wrong? What's wrong? Like not everything is wrong right now? What do you mean what's wrong? Everything is wrong. You know, we're gonna be open, we're gonna talk about it. No point not talking about it. I let a shaky sigh and I looked at him, letting it all go. It's just unfair, you know? This whole situation has become a large, complicated mess, and I gripped my teeth and squeezed Matthew's hand back. I didn't want to complain, as things were going to be fixed soon. Well, sort of. But it was still infuriating to think that I couldn't do anything immediately. Me with every situation that involves patience. Matthew slowly released my hand and wrapped it around my shoulders.
Hey, don't worry about it, alright? Think about it as a vacation or something.
Hey, Matthew, we're doing a lot of don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Oh, you're hearing voices? Don't worry about it. Oh, you're stuck here and everything is going horrendously wrong? Don't worry about it. Don't think about it. just ignore the problems. Brush it under the rug. What? A vacation? Matthew grinned and nodded, hugging me slightly to the side.
Yeah, vacation to, see new sights?
I love that you're optimistic about this, but we have to actually talk about the elephant in the room, which is that this sucks.
Yeah, vacation.
Why did you say it twice? Don't say it twice to me. I heard you the first time. I couldn't help the amused smile on my face as Matthew tried to make me feel better. It was another reason why I adored him. He did his very best to make sure that I was happy. Very much appreciated. Despite the crappy situation we were in, I was thankful for that. Alright, we wrapped our arms around him and nodded. Thanks, Matthew. Matthew smiled and nodded before kissing my cheek.
You're welcome. Anything for you.
Anything for me. Time to kill a man. That's what we gotta do in a week. We gotta kill a man in a week, and then we can go home. Or else I get stuck here forever. Or die. Matthew and I continued to walk down the halls to the castle until we arrived at the same ambassador room I'd been sleeping in before. I'm reading way too fast, and I'm gonna stumble over my words, and I'm gonna have a brain fart again and say the wrong word again. I guess that the room is mine for now. Stepping in, Matthew looked around in awe.
Whoa.
He's like, whoa.
Plus some digs.
He's like, this room's fancy as shit, man. And to giggles at Matthew's surprised. It was almost like we had stepped into a hotel on vacation, except this one was forced on us until the end of a civil war. It was mildly messed up, but it's a situation we had to deal with. I had to giggle at Matthew's surprise. What? Did mouse? Huh? Oh, sorry, we're good. We're good. I almost read the same box twice. I walked over to the bed and sat down, letting out a sigh at the feeling of the softness underneath me, but was still as comfy as last night. Matthew, however, began to walk around the room, taking in the decor.
This is a really fancy room.
It's like, whoa.
Wonder what room the others got.
I got the fancy room because I showed up just dressed in a wedding dress. That's what happens when your life falls apart. I smiled, watching Matthew ponder for a moment before replying to his statement. Apparently this is the open ambassador's room. I was able to sleep in here while I arrived. He's like, whoa. Why am I yawning because I eat cookies? Maybe that's the problem. Matthew stared at me dumbfounded for a moment before slapping his forehead and shaking his head.
Right. Time's different here.
He's like, what?
Holy crap, I forgot about that.
Oh my god. I'm gonna say this. Out of the 5 of them, only 2 of them are good at explaining this time difference thing. When you get to Sam's room, he straight up just goes, yeah, time works differently here. And you go, elaborate, please? And he's just like, yeah, it's just faster. And I'm like, hey, that doesn't explain anything. What's the ratio? How much time equals what and where? Matthew and James, I think, are the only ones that really explain that kind of well. Wait, what? I became confused as to what Matthew meant. What did he mean by time being different here? Matthew looked at me and grinned sheepishly.
Well, how do I explain this without making it confusing?
I feel like it wouldn't be that confusing. As someone who's into fantasy stuff, as our main character probably fucking is, especially now that she's literally about to marry a fucking demon, I feel like fantasy concepts of, like, time differences isn't the strangest thing. Matthew rubbed the back of his head, staring at the fireplace before speaking.
Well, you see, time moves faster here compared to the human world.
Mm-hmm.
Like, much faster.
Much
if
faster.
I remember right, then I think the time difference is every 5 hours here is 1 hour there? Maybe?
Maybe? Alright. Wait, what, huh? So I was here for like a day, then. Matthew looked at me for a moment to do the math before nodding.
Yeah, that's right. You were gone from the human world for about 5 hours.
But 5 hours? 5 hours? I was astonished. The time difference was really prominent and a little disorienting. Didn't that mean time moved faster here? Well, that's what you just said. I was getting confused, holding my head trying to unscramble my thoughts. Matthew, however, rushed over to me and sat down next to me. I always read that as hip to hop. Hip to hop? That would be incorrect. I like hip to hop better. Hip to hop. Yeah, okay.
Hey,
hip to hip.
don't worry about it, okay? We found you, so that's all that matters.
I could only nod before looking at the ground. It was a lot to take in, but at least I wasn't really missing for a day in the human world. However, I was going to be here for a week, so in accordance to that time difference, I'd be missing for more than a day.
Huh? What is it?
Stressed. I'm stressed. What happened while I was missing? Matthew frowned a bit and rubbed his head, running his hands through his fluffy hair as he spoke, staring at his knees.
Well, when you didn't come with the rings, we got kind of worried and tried to call you. When you didn't pick up, we kind of panicked, but Irene and Iridessa decided to rush over to the house to see what had happened.
Okay.
They came back, saying you were gone. We pretty much scrambled to use our magic to wipe everyone's memories, reschedule everything, and use the time to find out what happened.
We really just said, fix everything. Matthew pressed his lips together, most likely remembering what he felt during my absence. I felt bad, but there was nothing I could have done to stop it. Matthew shook his head and continued.
I guess we have to thank Simon for finding you.
What?
Without him, we wouldn't have figured out what happened.
But how did Simon communicate that to me? How did Simon communicate the fact that we got summoned and kidnapped through a portal? How? How did Simon do that? Matthew nodded before stuffing his hand into his pocket and pulling out. Oh, Simon came with us. Simon is here. Pulling out the infuriating stuffed animal, Simon blinked a couple of times before looking at me and giggling like he usually did. I can't believe we brought Simon. Well, actually, it's probably a good thing we didn't leave Simon in the house alone. I don't want to know what he would do to the place. I know what my needy cat, what my little cat does. My little 5-year, however old my orange boy is. My orange cat goes a little insane and tries to get into everything he possibly can when no one is home. So maybe it's a good thing we didn't leave Simon at home. Hi, Simon. Simon! Simon jumped from Matthew's hands into my arms and crawled up onto my shoulder. That's my bestie right there. Becoming immobile like a doll once he settled between my neck and shoulder. I gave his head a little pat. He was the one that hid the rings. I had to find him.
I know, but after you were taken,
like, okay.
He helped us pinpoint where you were, and bam! Here we are.
How'd he do that? Simon? How'd you do that, Simon? I give the boy props, is what I think. Matthew chuckled a bit as he ruffled Simon's fur.
I guess this little furball was useful after all.
It only took 2 years for him to be useful. Okay. Only smiled before leaning over to kiss Matthew's cheek, making him gasp slightly. Why are you surprised? Why are you surprised? At least you found me, and soon we'll be able to go home and get married like we planned. It gave me a little hope to let the thought sink in, despite the terrible situation we were in. Sorry. We would soon be able to go home. I was positive we would win this war and everything would work out just fine in the end. Matthew seemed to agree, nodding as well with a smile.
Yeah. We'll go home soon.
All right. Matthew had his arm around me and nuzzled the side of my head, making me softly giggle. My body felt relieved to have him near me, causing me to wrap my arms around him. Can I read normally? My heart was jumping with joy regardless of the situation we were in. Maybe if the mouse worked, we could... There we go. There we go. I would change the batteries on my mouse. Simon took the cue to hop off my shoulder and quickly skittered across the floor and took up the fireplace mantle, resting on it with the decor. Okay. I love that. He's just part of the room now. Matthew. Simon's sitting. Matthew, however, soon released me and fell onto the bed, feeling its softness.
Man, it's been so long since I felt a demon bed.
It's like, these are so great. How do we get one of these in the real world? Can we bring one of these through a portal? I want the mattress. What's the difference between from a regular bed? Matthew grinned up at me and crossed his hands behind his head, lounging back on the mattress.
Well, demons don't sleep in this world, so we get very comfy beds just so we can lay back and relax on.
We should pull one of these through the portal, for sure. Demons don't sleep.
Nah, we're too paranoid that people will kill us in our sleep.
Oh, yikes. Yeah, they did kind of show up and they're like, oh, we finally get to dream. That's fun. How do you function?
Energy and food.
Just gonna
as long as we have both, we can
rest.
pretty much be awake 24/7.
Wish that were me. Wish I could just like dissociate through the night and be like, all right, cool. Now we're awake. Just gonna lay down and dissociate, and that's what they just do. The way that Matthew seemed relaxed throughout the whole thing made it seem like he the whole thing made it seem like he liked being here. A part of me was curious on whether or not he liked being in this world more than the human world, but I had to remember that he went to the human world on his own accord. Besides, he was ready to marry me and live his entire life in my world. Matthew stretched out and let out a groan before relaxing back into the bed sheets. He said, I'm tired.
You want to hit the hay?
I'm tired too. Tired of my games not working. Feeling, sorry. I nodded, feeling exhaustion run over me, causing me to lie back and cuddle up to Matthew, nuzzling into his shoulder. He chuckled before wrapping an arm around me.
I love you so much. I promise we'll get home soon.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, I low-key am getting so distracted with how soft my skin is right now because the way that I found my one like lotion thing that I used to put on all the time after all of my showers, and I was like, oh my gosh, wait, I fucking finally found it because I lost it for a while, and it's so, my skin's so soft right now, guys. I literally am obsessed with it. I'm obsessed and I'm so like distracted by it. I'm like, wow, my face is so soft. And I'm like being so not normal about it apparently. Tomorrow's gonna be a long day. Yeah, that's for sure. We have to train tomorrow. There's so much reading I have to do. Which would not have been different if I was playing Dandelion. Like, I would have had to do more reading if we were playing Dandelion because it's in Korean, so I would have to read what it said anyway. I don't get to do a lot of echolalia here, though, unfortunately. However, as I opened my eyes, I found myself not looking at Matthew or in the bed, but I could feel cold ground beneath me and something tightly wrapped around my neck. Oh, it's Nightmare Part 2. We're back for another nightmare. Oh my god. Oh, this time we're in the bars. I forgot about how horrific these nightmares are. We get 2 nightmares of being locked up. Oh goodness. I looked down, seeing my skin dusty and dirty, which only added more to the confusion. What was happening? I reached out and gasped once more as I felt a familiar collar around my neck, a chain dangling from the front and running behind me. I instinctively grabbed the collar, trying to pull it off from my neck, but as I did, something yanked the chain connected to it, causing me to fall back, knocking the wind out of me. Oh. I turned my head to the chain and see a familiar empty. It's this little guy. Why is it always this guy? Glaring down at me, gripping onto my chain. It was the same empty man from the vision Matthew showed me when Diana came around. Nightmare. He grabbed the chain and tried to yank it from his hands, wanting to be free, but found no strength to actually pull it from the imp's grasp. The imp merely cackled to pull the chain again, making me fall forward. Oh. I froze. This was another dream, and I could tell that Matthew was going to be the villain once again. My mind began to panic as I scrambled up to my hands and knees, looking around at the predicament that I was in. I was in a large steel cage. My chain hung out between the bars in the hands of an imp guarding my cell. I had no neighbors, nor did I hear anyone else in the space with me. This was definitely a dream and I needed to wake up from before Matthew came around. I thought we had one. I think we're supposed to have a neighbor. I thought we were. Who knew what he would do with me? This was a dream after all. I looked around the room, slowing my breath and trying to think logically. What could I do? The first thing was to do something about the chain around my neck. Then I could try to break down the door and swing and somehow be free. I also feel like a good idea would be like finding a way for us to wake ourselves up. That seems to be the main problem. Can't be in the dream if we wake ourselves up. That's what I think, at least. I quickly grabbed the chain again and swiveled on the ground to be in my bottom, unlocking my feet against the door and pulling the chain back. I managed to get some purchase, and luckily the imp could manage to pull me forward from my struggle. Oh. A large bolt of red lightning suddenly traveled down the chain and shocked the collar around my neck, causing me to release the soulless scream. The body became electrocuted in red light and energy, sending waves of pain through every part of me. Oh. Enunciate the words. Drink water and then enunciate the words. I can do it, I promise. As he finally stopped, I let out a gasp and fell back onto the ground, shaking from the aftermath. My body felt entirely and jittery, and licks of pain brushed over my nerves from the shock. What the hell? I could barely look over at the imp from the pain that I was feeling, seeing him smirk at what he had done. However, as soon as I saw the grin appear from his ugly lips, a foot jammed into the side of his head, causing him to buckle over. Oh, kick him.
You fucking pig fawn! What did you do?
Got him. Alright, the villain is here. Villain of my nightmares, apparently. My eyes glanced over to see Matthew in his demon form glaring daggers at the fallen imp with his foot jammed into his cheek. Well, that's not great. Gotta love villain Matthew. As he looked at me, still angered with a snarl across his expression, I gasped, seeing a familiar gold color over his eyes. Well, not yet, but hey, evil Matthew has returned! Gingerly, Matthew took up the chain and pulled me to the door, leaning in and keeping the chain beneath his head so he could bring my head as close to him as he could, without me being pulled against the bars. Staring into his eyes, I was surprised to feel calm and almost hopeful that maybe this was a different Matthew, one that wasn't cruel and full of ill intent. Then again, he kept me in the cell and didn't release me, so that was a sign that I was wrong. Despite this, he spoke calmly and almost comfortingly.
Did he hurt you?
It's okay. I don't want to talk. I don't think I want to answer that. I don't think I'm gonna answer that. If I have a choice. Of course, I nodded. Whatever electrocution the imp had done made me feel like I was dying for a split second. Matthew, in response to my reply, glared at the imp with a deadly pair of eyes, causing the victim in question to sleep against the wall.
I order you not to hurt her. If she's hurt, then she can't give me proper energy.
That's not great.
And I won't be able to rule this world properly.
Okay.
Do you know how much of a problem that would be?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't like that though. I object, actually, please. This is a more spacious cell than the one Tomo puts us in Amnesia, though. I will say that. We have a little bit more room in this. It's not stuffed with a bunch of plushies to, you know, make it extra fucked up. The imp opened his mouth to protest, but as soon as he did, Matthew formed a knife in the air and chucked it into his open mouth. Whoa! It's hardcore. A splash of blood erupting from behind the imp's head, and the knife embedded itself to the back of his throat. Some of the descriptions of the fights are very well done, but they are, wow. Oh my god. A little dark. With a garbled whimper, the imp slowly collapsed onto the ground, dying at last. I, however, could only watch horrified with my hands over my mouth. What is going on? Matthew turned back to me and pulled the chain slightly, causing me to look back at him with fearful eyes.
There! Now he won't hurt you anymore.
Ah, good. I love it so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for that, buddy. I'm not upset at all about this. Why are you doing this? Let me go. Matthew's face slowly shifted to a cold, sadistic glare.
I would.
Oh.
But how will I know that you won't run away from me?
That's none of your concern. No reason. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't sprint out of the cage the second I get the chance. I began to panic. I wanted to be free. I wanted to run, but Matthew here wasn't going to let me go, and I didn't want to stay in the cell any longer. Despite every fiber of my body wanting to be awakened, I could not. Oh, you know what? I forget if these give us This ain't gonna go over well. The maybe your queen? No, that ain't gonna go over well at all, dude, bro. Clearly you're in a cage because he does not want to have anyone in a position of power. That is kind of the fucking point of locking somebody up. What if I just, like, don't say anything? I think I'm gonna go with, not say anything, because he's not gonna believe that shit. I promise I won't run. He's not gonna believe that. I'm just gonna not say anything. That's great. I'm just gonna opt out. I didn't want to speak to this man anymore. Yeah, that's about right. This person was not my Matthew. He was a figment of my nightmare, an illusion I was forced to endure while stuck into sleep. With a smirk, he lifts his lips and stared deep into my eyes. Well,
are you playing the quiet game now?
Rude.
You won't be playing it for long when I come back.
The fuck? Rude, miss. I don't like the tone. I don't like the tone. This is not my sweet baby boy. That being said, as an enjoyer of fucked up stories, and sometimes red flag characters, if it was anyone but my babyface boy over here, maybe it'd be fine. In a different game, it'd be fine. Maybe a specific reject game, but hey. Alright, disgustion shiver ran up my spine, and I glared hard at Matthew. He, however, only chuckled and stepped back, sliding his hand up to the end of the chain.
I'm not in the mood to take your energy now.
I'm not in the mood.
I'll come back another time.
Okay, good. Bye. Please leave and let the nightmare end. Please. With the flash of blue energy, the chain in his hands vanished and reappeared above me, giving me enough slack to let me lie down, but only if I was directly underneath it. I grimaced and pulled at the chain, wanting to still be free from it, but only heard the chuckle of Matthew's cruel sadism as he turned and walked away.
You better be prepared when I get back. I've got a world to rule after all. Can't spend all my time making sure you're ready.
Oh my god. Okay, bye. Stress. A violent quake ran through my body as I began to struggle harder, making him laugh as he left the hall out of my sight. Let me go. Well, is this when we find our neighbor? Or is she only in the actual bad ending? Shut my eyes tightly, pulling and tugging as much as I could. Despite it being to no avail, I screamed once again, this time breaking the illusion around me and waking up at last. Well? Oh boy! Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare! I sat up screaming through the air and my hands clasped themselves around my neck. I screamed reverb. I got it. Hold on. I got it. I can say this word, I promise. Reverberated. There we go. I just had to take a moment. Not think about it. Throughout the room, barely letting me notice Matthew falling out of bed beside me.
Whoa!
Oh boy! He died. He's dead, oh no. I quickly looked over at the sound of a hard thump on the ground, seeing Matthew's curly head peek out from over the side of the bed. His hand right over his hair as a pain-grown escaped his lips.
Oh.
Oopsie. Oh my god. Yeah. Regular boy wearing full-ass jeans to bed. Okay. Sleeping in jeans is so painful. Dude, whenever I fall asleep wearing jeans, I wake up with, like, the worst, like, lines from, like, the hem on the side. I'll be like, damn it, I didn't mean to fall asleep. And, like, I'll accidentally take naps in jeans, and I'm like, why? Why? Ignoring what had just happened to me, I scrambled across the bed and slid off to kneel beside Matthew. Luckily, he wasn't badly hurt, but he rubbed his head, obviously disoriented from falling out of bed. To add more insult to the injury, Simon had crawled down from the mantel and began to poke at Matthew with his midi knife. Thankfully, the knife wasn't actually sharp, so all it did was prod and poke at Matthew's skin without drawing blood. Hi, Simon. Thank you for adding to this, Simon.
Simon! Simon, knock it off!
He's like, stop. Dude, can you imagine if we had to feed Simon, how annoying this motherfucker would be? How annoying Simon would be if we had to actually feed him and he was not a stuffed animal. It would be so rough because this man, this tiny little squirrel thing with a dull knife would be no wishes brought to me. Yeah, no wishes brought to me because the game wasn't working. It would try to load a cutscene and then it would be like, we can't read the script, sorry. And I'm like, okay, how do I fix that? And then I found a thread from 2016 that kind of talked about it, about a similar issue. And then they were like, I don't know, contact Chariots. And I'm like, oh, good. I can't wait to go contact Chariots about a game that they released in 2016. Let me just contact the Korean company about the game not working. Even though it works fine to do everything but load a cutscene. Yeah, that's how I feel. Weird, isn't it? It is weird. It is weird that it's not working. So we just had, yeah, I switched to Seduce Me because it's the only other game I have prepared, and I was gonna try a new game after the one break from yesterday, but that shit wasn't loaded either. So I went, I'm not even gonna try and get that other game to load today. We're just gonna continue with Seduce Me. It's gonna be fine. We just had another Matthew nightmare. Evil villain Matthew had us locked into a cell this time. Was it a certain puzzle game I saw? Probably. It was either gonna be the seat one, or it was gonna be A Little to the Left, which I really want to play as well. But the seat one is less expensive than A Little to the Left by like $5. So I went with that because I'm trying to save like what I can to get Dance with Devils. Dance with Devils is one I really want to play. But it's gonna be a fun thing to try and set up because I have to switch between two different translation guides and then also probably have to use like a Google Translate kind of thing or some kind of translating app because the translations that I follow stop halfway through the roots. So they didn't fully the game's not fully translated and it's not localized and no one seemed to really knows about this or wants to play this game, so there's not like an official like English script I can just download into the files like I was able to do when I used to torrent Dramatical Murder way back in the day, which I still have, which I can't play here, which is really upsetting, which I think is kind of dumb because, I mean, yeah, okay, like there's censored versions of it, but I think it's kind of dumb because like I know like at the time there was like, oh, there's a lot of like really descriptive violence and really descriptive like sexual themes in this. It's like, that is true, that is fair, but like I feel like there's some games now that have a lot worse violence, descriptive violent scenes than Dramatical Murder sometimes. And, like, maybe I just haven't played Dramatical Murder in a hot minute, but there's some games that I really will, like, play, and I'm like, I feel like this is worse, actually, because, like, at least in, like, Dramatical Murder, you're only reading the description of the violence, you're not seeing it. It's not, like, a cutscene, which it sometimes is in, like, newer games. But hey, I will respect that it's banned or whatever. Whatever. Even though I would love to, God, if I wasn't a VTuber, if I could, it'd be so fun if I was like, today we're playing Dramatical Murder and I'm in my Alba cosplay. Like, that'd be kind of fun. Because I have cosplayed Alba before. I destroyed my Miku wig to get Alba out of her, and it turned out pretty good. The pieces don't move. It's very, like, it's stuck. It's good. But, like, yeah. So, that Dance with Devils is what I want to play. Because I can't play the ones I really want to play there. Yeah, you did. I did, and I looked damn good in it, too. I got recognized by all three variants of Alba at that con, actually. It was kind of fun. I got recognized as Sly Blue first. And then I got recognized as Alba, and then a third time someone just screamed across the escalator, "Yo, Jesus! And I went, oh, that's me. I'm Yowie Jesus. I'm Yowie Jesus. Bro, if anyone was at Katsucon that year for that dramatical murder slash BL Yaoi photo shoot time, what a fucking mess. Holy shit, that was the most traumatic fucking experience I think I've ever had at a fucking con. Because what do you mean you're not prepared to have like I love that it was happening at the gazebo. Love that. You get really cool pictures at the gazebo. Girl, why'd I almost have a fucking panic attack trying to get out of there? I became so sensory overload. I didn't even try to figure out where those pictures were going to be posted, man. I was like, I took pictures and then I left. You also got a free badge. I did get a little ribbon. I got a little ribbon, a little con ribbon that had Yaoi Jesus on it. I love that one so much. Maybe I'll fish that out one day and I'll like post it in the Discord, which I also keep forgetting to just put in the link for. I think it's somewhere on my channel, linked somewhere, but I don't know. But if anyone wants to join the Discord where we post the artwork that we work on, as well as the live announcements that I usually remember to do sometimes, and the schedule for the week is also posted on there when I remember to make that. It's okay. I haven't done it in a hot minute, but that's okay. That's okay. It's all right. Seduce was on the schedule, at least, I think, when I last made a schedule. But yeah. Yeah. I can't remember what there was so many tangents all in one there. All in one little thing there. You've been good at posting the okay, and the live announcements, yeah. Schedule, not so much. Yeah, you're right about that. Schedule, I've been really bad at, actually. And I've also fallen out of habit of making clips and stuff from streams. So I feel like I gotta like start actually being on top of that again. Oopsie. It's okay though. We just had a nightmare with Matthew, of course, and we woke up screaming from the nightmare, as you do. And Matthew fell out of bed, and now Simon is poking him with a little not sharp stick. I can remind you, that would be appreciated, actually. I would appreciate that. Thank you so much. Matthew fell at his arms, almost knocking Simon away with his hand. Taking the hint, Simon jumped onto the bed and began to hop around on top of it as his own distraction. Okay. He's just a monkey jumping on the bed. That's Simon now. I'm so sorry, are you okay? Also, don't know how long it will be. I'm not feeling 100%. Oh no. Oh no, that's not good. Hopefully you feel better. The air is really bad out, so I totally could get it. Yeah. The air quality is rough. I went outside today and I was like, oh my gosh, like I need to be able to breathe when I go outside, please. And it's like, it's not, especially combined with like the heat, and my air conditioning in the car doesn't work. Yikes. Oh gosh. That's huh. So you just see, essentially you're just blowing the air from outside around in your car, if you were to blow air at all. Usually drive to and from work, my windows down. Oh no. I mean, it's about the same as what would probably happen if you did air circulation, because it would just pull from the outside and not AC. Dang. How long is hopefully your drive isn't too long, because I really hope it starts clearing up. I don't know if the wildfires in Canada are still burning or not, but I don't know. I hope it starts dying down.
Oh.
Matthew said, ow. Matthew said, I fell out of the bed and I am okay. Just combobbled. Yeah, it's everyone definitely for sure, like, keep hydrated, especially, like, with the air being rough and, the heat and everything. Please, please, please stay hydrated. I'm drinking a bunch more water than I usually drink, especially also because I'm, reading and stuff. But, yes, please, everyone, please, please, please take care of yourself. Matthew Grin stretching his back and neck before shaking his head and looking up at me, slightly brothered from sleep.
You okay? Or did you have another nightmare?
That is what the waking up and screaming was about, yes. Yeah, I did wake up screaming because I had another nightmare. Yep, that's correct. Oh yeah, I probably gotta get more water in my system and just drinking my normal amount. Yeah, you gotta definitely, like, I can't say I've doubled up, but I've been doing like 1.5. You know, like, which may or may not be a lot. I'm just kind of, what I've found is working for me is I just kind of have a water thing near me, and I just kind of carry it around with me. And if I do that, I find myself like sipping from it nonchalantly. So I like sip on water without like realizing I'm doing so, and it's helping a lot, I think. I had another nightmare, Matthew. That is what is the case. I looked down at the ground between us, remembering the nightmare I was trapped in. I could only nod, pressing my lips together, causing him to frown.
I'm sorry. Do you want a hug?
I don't know. These nightmares keep revolving around you being actually evil. So I don't know, buddy. I mean, you're nice, Matthew, right now, so I guess we'll go with yeah. I'll take the comfort and get us some good points for this, but yikes, Rooney. I don't think we tell him about the first nightmare. I think we just tell him we had a nightmare the first time, but we don't tell him about the nightmare. I feel like if we told him about the nightmare, there would probably be a situation where maybe he's also having nightmares, but he's like not telling us because he also had the don't worry about it approach to things. Despite the nightmare, I still love Matthew and needed him with me. I knew the dreams I was having weren't real, and even if they were trying to warn me of something, Matthew was still the man I was going to be married to. I mean, maybe we pay attention to the warnings, though. Like, we gotta, right? That I was going to be married to. Yeah, because we had to reschedule that. We gotta reschedule all that. We kind of got a little kidnapped into the demon world. Matthew smiled softly before swiveling onto his knees and hugging me tight and hugging me to his body, laying my head on his shoulder. I wrapped my arms around him and closed my eyes, taking in the reassuring scent. Cool. A set of knocks appeared at the door. However, Matthew and I shot our heads in the direction of the sound. Did we wake other people?
Time to wake up! We got grub!
Girl, don't yell at me. Don't yell at me, Sam. But thank you for bringing food the second you wake me up. I appreciate that.
Ugh, can you not call it that?
She's like, hey, maybe don't. Maybe don't call the food that. Please and thank you. She said, ew. Matthew and I looked at each other before scrambling up onto the bed, forgetting that Simon was still on it. He's been jumping around in circles up there. How do we forget? I slid across the bed and sat down, trying to make it seem like I had just woken up. We could just... Wait, hold on. We don't need to make it seem like we just woke up. We could, like, walk through the door and just open the door, like regular. As Matthew tried to crawl out, but wound up making Simon release a heavy squeak. Oh, we hurt the boy. You hurt my son, my plushy son. Once again, Matthew fell off the bed and landed on the floor, releasing another shout of pain. That's what happens when you bring the weird, fluffy, plushy child that has a dull knife.
Is everything all right in there?
Yes, we brought Simon. That's why things are happening.
We're fine! We're fine!
I really could just be like, yeah, it's Simon. Don't even fucking worry about it, brother. This is part of the deal with the weird child thing. The weird child who we love so much about with all the chaos there. Sorry. I was starting to snack and then I made I was just making noises. I'm sorry. Alright, we have Simon is now going back to being... Do the others know that Simon is sentient? I feel like the others have to know that Simon is sentient. I mean, they gotta. They lived in the house for like two-ish years, like 1.5-ish years. They gotta know. They gotta know, I think. As the door opened, Matthew threw himself onto. We could just pretend. You could have just opened the door for them. Placing his head on his hand, like he had completely planned to kneel beside the bed. Okay, yeah, well, girl. I can't talk about how much I would just romance Twyla right now. Right now. I already talked about. I already went on a tangent about how, like, both of them, her, just gorgeous. I love his wife in the other roots, also gorgeous. Beautiful, cutie, sweetheart, you know? Damien and Twyla, the ones who were carrying extra plates of food, stopped and stared at us with a raised eyebrow. They went, oh, okay. Damien, of course, looked over at the mantle and at Simon before smiling and shaking his head. Okay, so he is aware. He's at least aware that Simon is sentient. He's like, oh, it's the fucking doll again.
Thanks, bro.
Thanks, bro. I don't know why that felt odd
You're welcome,
to me.
Matthew.
I don't know why that felt odd to me.
Here you go.
Thank you, Twyla. Oh, thank you. Twyla placed her extra plate in my hands and smiled before walking over to an empty space with Damien and Evie. On the plates were sliced fruit, bread and cheese, and some sort of jerky. James and Sam, however, were the only ones who didn't start indulging in what was on the menu.
So, we have less than a week to prepare for the
He's
Demon
like,
Lord.
alright, let's chat.
You know, fuck me. But I'm excited as shit to finally get to kick his ass into the ground.
That my man. That's me. That's just me for real. Just me for real. Alright. The other brothers seemed to agree, even Matthew. However, I was stuck on the nightmare I had the night before. Yeah. A little rough. I unconsciously rubbed my neck, remembering the feel of the collar at my neck. Doing so caught Iridessa's attention. Iridessa
Hey,
is
what's wrong?
James's wife.
Did you hurt your neck?
Oh, I also love Iridessa. I just love all of their wives. I can't just be attracted to everybody. I can't. I mean, I can, I guess. I instantly looked up and stared, seeing everyone now look at me in curiosity. I'm gonna have to call attention to it. Girl, oh, okay. I shook my head, not wanting anyone to know what happened. Yeah, I'm fine. The wives seem unconvinced, but they all nodded anyway. The boys, however, focused on the battle ahead of us. They're like, okay.
So, do we plan on training like we usually do?
We gotta probably up the ante a little bit. You are training for a war.
That seems to be the best plan.
Okay.
It's been a long time since we've actually fought in a battle.
Have you fought in one before?
Despite the shame in their eyes, they nod in unison.
Part of us living in our father's castle involved receiving the occasional unexpected visitor.
That feels like different than a war battle, though, you know?
Holy crap, man.
Oh.
I remember one time there was this group that just stormed in and tried to take on the old man, but he sent James to take care of him. I'd never seen James so pissed off before.
They're like, yeah, we used to fight all the time. He's just reminiscing so pleasantly about the fact that he's a fight boy. Fight boy. He's like,
That's because they threatened to burn the castle down if I didn't surrender. Obviously, that was out of the question.
How old were you when you did this?
Well, Sam, what about you when you got into those fights with the army generals? They weren't too happy about you being so testy with them.
Of course Sam is the one seeking out the fights, though.
They got cocky and thought they could push me around. Fuck 'em and good riddance.
He said, I fucked him up. Alright. The more I listened, the more to more of the battle story seemed more about James, Eric, and Sam. Damien obviously stayed out of fighting, but what about Matthew? Or, well, the boy that summons, the man that summons knives? You know he fought. I looked at Matthew, seeing him simply eat his food, staring down at his plate. Did he have nothing to add to the conversation? What about you? What about you, Matthew? Matthew looked up at me in surprise, a piece of jerky wedged between his teeth.
Huh?
Yeah, what about you? I fought back the giggle, but as everyone turned over to look at Matthew, I relaxed and waited. I was curious to see if Matthew had any stories of his own to tell. To my surprise, he swallowed his jerky and shook his head.
No, I wasn't the fighting type. Never have been, really.
I'm pressing X to doubt. I'm doubting that. My mind flashed back to him fighting Malix and how he managed to not only duck and dodge the gun, but also make Swiss cheese out of the devil in question. Why would he lie? He just got out of bed, okay? I don't even know. He's just chilling. Actually, well, I can't say he just got out of bed. He just got off of the floor after he, like, fell out of the bed because she had a nightmare. But, you know. Sam's got to spit into the fireplace, making us look over him.
What a crock of bullshit, Pipsqueak.
He's like, you motherfucker, you fought worse than I did sometimes. He's like, no, don't lie. I kind of love this. I think it's so funny.
Bullshit!
Like,
What the hell is that
bullshit.
supposed to mean?
They're gonna argue now.
Don't fucking play dumb with me. I remember you massacring an entire gang of Vince because they looked at your mom funny. I was the one who had to clean that shit up.
That's crazy. What do you mean? Bro really said, no. You did so much worse than I did, okay? You did so much worse. Suddenly Matthew went wide-eyed. Or I suddenly went wide-eyed at Matt. He's also shocked that the story is now out there in the open. Who in turn stared back at me. A fearful frown on his face. He got into fights here? Of course he got into fights here. I guess it was expected of a demon to at least get into a fight in their life, but Matthew and massacre in the same sentence feels incorrect.
No, it wasn't like that. It wasn't me.
Are you okay? Are you okay, sir? What do you mean it wasn't you?
Like hell it wasn't.
They probably were covered in knife wounds.
Dude, shut up!
It's okay to be a fight boy. Why do you think I like Sam so much? I like Sam so much because he is a fight boy.
Make me!
Bitch. You two both need to shut up now because we have to do actual strategizing.
I
Please.
will!
Are you going to fight right here, right now? I'm gonna kill them both. I'm gonna kill them both, man. Sam and Matthew jumped out of their seats and marched at each other, slamming their foreheads like, oh, yep, we're gonna do the classic fighting before a fight thing where they go, bah! You know, like rams. That's so funny because one of their horn styles is very similar to ram horns. I quickly brushed and pulled Matthew's arm back. No, let's calm down.
Sam, knock it off.
We both said, get your dog. Despite Carrie also pulling Sam's arm, neither of us could pull them away from each other as they battled each other with their... Okay, y'all aren't even fighting. You're just threatening to fight each other right now. The air in the room became full, intensive energy, till suddenly both of the boys were swatted over the head.
Fuck!
Me. That's me. Sorry, I needed to do that. I just needed to do that.
Ow!
Okay, that's whatever.
Both of you! That's enough!
James said, stop it. Please stop it. He said, I don't want to have to be your parent right now. Please stop. I looked up to see James holding his fist as he used to sock his brothers with, and glares painted all over their faces. Everyone's upset now. Matthew and Sam looked at each other, at their eldest brother, both irritated at being hit, but silent enough to know not to talk back. A moment passed before Sam stood up straight and shook his head, finally allowing Carrie to pull him back.
Whatever.
Whatever. We're not fighting in here. Take it out in training, dude. Matthew, on the other hand, straightened up and continued to glare at James, almost in defiance. Something sparked in his eyes, something that made me worried, so he pulled his arm back, trying to catch his attention. Hey, come on. Matthew finally looked at me, slowly receding back to his normal gaze, before nodding and rubbing his head over the newly formed bruise while sitting beside me. He's got a lot of issues today. He's got hit in the head quite a few times.
Well,
this
is
morning.
an interesting family reunion.
I think this is just how it works. This is just the weird dynamics that we have going on here. Diana's like, oh, I'm so glad I don't have siblings. She's like, is this what it's like with siblings? Well, I'm damn glad I'm an only child. Well, Diana's voice suddenly made all of us turn toward the door and see her and Sarah in the doorway with Diana leaning against the archway. As she pushed off, she stepped in and Sarah followed.
Can we help you?
Hello.
Possibly.
There's
if you
so
all
many
want to survive
people
this war and
in
go
this
home.
room right now.
Especially you, my dear.
There's the 5 boys, plus each of their respective wives, including the main character. That's 10. And we've 2 more people who just walked in the room. How is there 12 people in this room right now? I don't like this anymore. 12 including our main character. Diana looked over at me and crossed her arms under her bosom. What did she mean? Oh yeah, we gotta strategize. Oh, it's the war meeting. Sorry, I feel like, you know when dogs yawn and they, like, make weird-ass noises after they yawn? I feel like that's what I don't know why I started doing that, but I started doing that. I hate it. Diana ran a hand through her hair and looked around the room, pressing her lips into a fine line. Cause I do it? I guess maybe. I used to mimic my cat at midnight when she yawned, like how cats like curl their tongue up. To make fun of her, if I ever yawned around her, I would mimic that action and she would look offended and it would be so funny. And I'm like, yep, this is just what I do now. I'm just gonna make fun of my cat by mimicking what she does.
So, about all of you participating in the war.
Yeah.
You all obviously need to train.
Uh-huh. Cool. I have a cookie. I have a cookie. I got a cookie. Yeah. Ooh. Everyone nodded in agreement at Diana's statement. Well, we weren't battle ready. We still needed to at least know how to defend ourselves. She looked at me, however.
You, most of all.
Yeah, I'm the one that kind of can't die. Because we are the reason we are doing this early. I was suddenly confused. How come I was the odd one out? Maybe it's because you were the one that was summoned and kind of was the one that was wanted to be kidnapped by the Demon Lord. But hey, that's just a theory. A gay theory. Thanks for watching. I had to do that, I'm sorry. Last thing I remembered about me training was that Diana was against it. Okay, maybe I had to do it anyway.
Apparently, there are guidelines to breaking this
wow.
curse. Not only do we have to kill the Demon Lord, but you have to be nearby when it happens for the curse to even break.
Oh, good. That makes no sense? What do you mean that makes no sense? I feel like it makes sense.
Shadow. He spent the night trying to find alternative ways to break your curse.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we didn't find anything of the sort, but we found the guidelines to breaking it.
Very cool. We love a committed man. We love a committed to that cause. He stayed up all night doing that. Still makes no sense.
Even while
though.
it doesn't, it's still better to be safe than sorry. I don't want to kill him and then still have you stuck here because of an error.
True. That would be rough. I could only sigh and take it in, so I had to be there when the Demon Lord fell. Great. Diana waved her hand dismissively through the air, breaking my potential thoughts.
Anyway, we can't have you dying on the way there, and we can't monitor you when we're in battle.
Fair.
You should at least know how to defend yourself.
Okay,
That's
okay.
why we've come up with a solution.
I'm gonna do magic.
Huh? What solution?
I'm gonna fight.
Simple. The other rebel leaders and Sarah have agreed that if you'd like a trainer to enhance your abilities,
Okay.
you can train with one of them.
Hell yeah. I stared, seeing Sarah step forward with a nod.
Each of the leaders is proficient in a different area of magic and battle strategy.
Alright.
Good enough for self-defense. I
Fair.
can't speak for the others, but I can assure you that with Sarah's skill and training methods, you will be well prepared by the time the siege arrives.
Okay. Let's see. Sarah nodded and bowed to me slightly. While I was flattered by the idea, I really need a trainer. Yes, girl, you're fighting demons. What is a demon gonna do against your taekwondo? What is your taekwondo gonna do against a demon who's been trained for actual civil war? What do you mean? Girl, taekwondo's not gonna do shit against a demon who's trained in magic and fighting in a civil war? That's crazy. That's crazy. We're gonna go with I know we meet someone that we like train with when this happens. Sarah's training is really interesting. I do really like training with Sarah because he has a little storyline thing. But I kind of want to do Shadows again. I like Shadows. Shadow lets us do like magic, and it's really, really cool. Diana ran a hand through her hair, looking to the side.
Sergeant is a brute demon, bred from a nomadic tribe.
Alright.
He most likely teach you the ways of the brute demon, using your fists and speed to keep you alive.
I like to pair, sorry, let me swallow really quick. There we go. I like to kind of pair what training the MC gets based off who I'm currently romancing. So this is the one I pick when I usually play Sam's route. Either this one or I pick Sarah's training.
Shadow is, by definition, a shadow demon. So he'd probably teach you about dark magic, light manipulation, and assassination.
This one I feel is like a little more, the assassination part feels more like Matthew coded. But I also like pairing Eric with this one.
Rabbit is a wild magic-based animal demon, using her animal-focused energy as her weapon. She'd probably teach you how to do the same.
I think this is the one I usually do for Matthew, though.
Faye?
For Rabbit.
I am honestly not sure. I know they can change their size and use elemental magic as well. But to be honest, I do not know what they would teach you.
I think for Damien's, I like doing that for Damien. So I think we're gonna go Rabbit for this one. So I think we get like a familiar, and it's really, really cool actually. I nodded. Rabbit was sweet, but I could tell that she was the wisest of the bunch. She'd be able to show me some ways to use Earth and defend myself. She definitely was the one. But that Diana turned on her heel and left the room.
Finish eating. Afterwards, you should start training.
Alright, very cool. We got a week to be able to fight these guys off. Not these guys. We're the ones doing the fighting. Everyone in the room nodded their affirmation as Diana and Sarah left.
Well, it looks like we'll be busy for the next couple of days.
Attacked? My water bottle? I was messing with the straw, and the water flicked into my eyeball! Okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. Water flicked into my eyeball and I almost died. Oh no! I died before we could get to the defeating the demon lord. At least the others can go home.
This'll be fun.
That's my man! I'm sorry. I promise I'm playing Matthew's route. I swear I'm playing Matthew's route. It's so totally fine. I need to put my favorites aside. I need to be able to do this. Can't do it. I can't do it. That's my emotional support fight boy.
Man, training's gonna suck.
Yeah.
It'll be worth it though.
Okay.
Damien's right.
Yeah. It'd be worth not dying in a war. We all finished eating. Everyone left either to train or do things on their own. I left to start my own work, determined to prepare for what's to come. Demon Lord wasn't going to win. I wasn't going to let him. I am going home. I was excited to see what Rabbit could teach me. She apparently knew a lot about magic, so maybe that would be able to help me defend myself and help her win this war. Still, the excitement of the situation was hard to ignore. What would Rabbit teach me? I already just read that one. Oh, no, we just start the same thing with the same line. Oh, interesting. That's usually not how... Okay, we're ignoring that. Would it be something to do with nature, with fire, or animals? There were hundreds of things that could be possibility, and I was eager to eventually find out and know. Knowing that, like, she does wild magic threw me back to when I was playing Baldur's Gate 3 with somebody, like, years back, and we both decided, you know, it would be so funny if we both played as wild magic sorcerers. That would be so funny if we both played as wild magic sorcerers. So, we ended up both changing our classes because it was a rough time. There was one specific fight I remember where we got into combat and my wild magic went off and made two of our party members shrink in size. One of them being our heavy hitter, Karlak, and the other being I think it was, I don't even know who it was, being, I think, the other playable character who was with me, my friend. And then their wild magic went off and just said, oh, two of the random enemies are going to be larger. And this was an enemy that was already larger than us. So it was really bad, actually. It was really bad. There was another time where both of our wild magics went off during a fight on the same turn. And then I turned half of us into sheep. Great. Which was great because we were fighting the owlbear. What a fun time. We love wild magic in this house. We're doing wild magic. Maybe I'll go off and I'll turn myself into a sheep. That way, you know, we don't die or whatever. It's got to a large hall originally blocked off for Sarah and Diana's training. However, because my safety became the priority, Rabbit and I were given the room to use as to train and practice. That was awfully nice. Well, thank you. It was awfully nice. I peered into the space and saw Rabbit's face and smiled. She smiled at me.
There you are. Come on in.
We're good. Hello, Rabbit. I smiled, happy to know how patient and kind she was, or at least she presented herself to be. I stepped into the room and walked towards her, taking in the space and how large it was. A nice room. Girl, we've seen this room before. I mean, we're not telling anyone we saw this room, because we were sneaking around the castle last time we saw this room, but hey, that is okay. Well,
Isn't it?
So nice.
It's perfect for what I have in mind to teach you.
Okay. What am I learning? There it was. My eagerness began to bounce in my chest, and I grinned at Rabbit's excitement. What do you plan to teach me? Rabbit, she giggled and tilted her head. Was what I said funny?
I plan to teach you how to properly defend yourself. To do that, I need to see what you can do with your spirit.
Okay. I nodded and stood at attention, ready for my first lesson. She nodded back at me before stepping back and pointing her staff at the ground between us. The orb on her staff began to glow a blue color as a large wisp snaked out from it in the air. I watched it all as it took the shape from being a simple cloud to a magical smoke into a large misty bear. A bear. Roar. Oh, okay. Okay. I instantly jumped back, surprised at the roar it let loose in invitation. Rabbit brought her staff back to her side, and the bear got on all fours of his paws, growling in my direction.
This is an animal guardian.
It's my Patronus.
Personification of your inner strength and power. Once summoned, it will protect you with their life.
It's a Patronus. I get my Patronus. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited. Who's my Patronus going to be? I stare at the bear before me, watching it peer into my soul with its pure white eyes and pant and anger. Rabbit had a bear hiding inside of her. That was shocking, to say the least. As terrible as it was, I imagined her to have a rabbit spirit. I feel like that's kind of cliche. But alright. What the hell? Did I hit that button? I don't think so. Rabbit placed her hand on her chest and nodded to me.
Focus on your spirit. Feel it try to take shape and release it.
Okay. Do I get to choose what I have? I forget. I looked down at my chest before closing my eyes and laying a hand over my heart. I had to focus on my spirit. It was strange to imagine doing so, but I attempted anyway. As I stood there, I could feel energy flow within my body, ebbing and weaving through the veins like a bloodstream. It felt incredibly odd to feel such sensations, but I continued to focus on my soul and do as Rabbit asked. At last I latched into a strange feeling in my chest, growing larger and larger with each breath I took. Soon it became unbearable to keep it inside. I held up my hand, feeling it want to be released, and watched in shock as a white and lavender mist jutted out from my palm and landed on the floor, revealing... you know what? I'm on that Valko shit right now, so let's go with a wolf. I don't think I usually do the wolf. I think I've done the rabbit before, and I've done the other one, the lion. I don't usually do the wolf. I do like wolves. Is that cliche of trans mask of me to like wolves? Maybe, but it's fine. I stared wide eyes at the mist formed into a large wolf who seemed to be as big as the bear, if not bigger. How did that happen? Despite its form being gaseous and ethereal, the fur that covered its body was glimmering in lavender, while its claws, bared teeth, and eyes were as pure white compared to the bluish white of the bear. A little bit like you said, that's fine. Yeah, you know. Wolves are so cool, though. I can't start talking about wolves. If I start talking about wolves, it's gonna be over. I love them. I love wolves. I can't go into a tangent about wolves. I mean, I could go into a tangent about wolves, but hey, maybe another day. Maybe another day I'll let myself do that. It snarled and let out a threatening howl as it pressed down on its paws, preparing to strike. Rabbit seemed surprised as well, gripping her staff, an instinctual fear before inhaling deeply and taking in the sight of my animal guardian.
Good. Your spirit is strong.
Cool. I smiled, happy to know that the size, significant side. Let me try that. I'm so sorry. Hey, let me try that again. I smiled, happy to know that the size signified my power. I was shocked that I was able to match Rabbit's guardian, but the thought went away as Rabbit pointed her staff at me.
Attack!
Okay. I straightened up and I was able to read remarkably better. Good posture helps with reading, apparently. At least for me. Upon her command, the bear reared back on its hind legs and let out a large roar before charging at my guardian. I quickly followed suit. Go! My guardian squatted on its forelimbs before pouncing off the ground and charging forward as well. Both animals rammed their heads together and pressed against each other before the bear took a swipe at my guardian, forcing it to the side. I didn't expect to be affected by it. Feeling pain hit my chest. Oh, that's okay. Ouch. What the hell happened? Did the attack of my guardian actually affect me? I didn't get time to think on it, however. I became open as the bear continued to rush forward, naming me as its target. Before I could reach me, however, my guardian leapt through the air and snapped its mouth around the bear's neck, causing it to fall to the side. Okay. I watched in disbelief as my guardian took the bear down, gripping its neck in its teeth, shaking violently and causing it to release a roar of pain. Rabbit, on the other hand, gripped her neck and let out a yelp of pain. Girl, we did that. We're like, oh my gosh, are you okay? And I'm like, oh no. I couldn't say any more before the wolf became victim to one of the other bear's claws, slamming into its body, forcing it off with a whine. I felt a deep jab in my shoulder in the same spot where the wolf was hit, causing me to grip my arm and rub it over in pain. The bear got up to its feet and as did my guardian, and they snarled at each other, circling one another to wind up with the bear back in front of Rabbit. My guardian in front of me, and I was astonished at the events, straightening up and taking in what happened. Rabbit let out a pained smile before tapping her staff beside her. Cool. The bear who was growling before stopped and simply kept a cold eye on my guardian, remaining in place as Rabbit stepped beside it.
This is the power of an animal guardian. They obey and protect, but they are still connected to our spirit. What pain they feel, we feel as well.
Alright. Okay. Alright, making sense. I grimaced, calling for my guardian to stand down as well. While it seemed really cool and effective for protection, if the animal guardian became mortally wounded, the same would happen to me, or so I assumed. Rabbit lifted her hand and rested it on the bear, showing that the guardian had physical weight and patted over its fur.
However, we can only feel its pain. We do not bleed or die if our...
Oh, we don't bleed or die if they get killed. Okay. We're just going to be big ouchies. Rabbit rubbed her neck and smiled at me.
I will say, your guardian is quite strong for having never been summoned before.
She's kind of been dabbling in magic for like a little bit of time without realizing it. It's kind of what got us summoned here in the first place. I felt flattered that my spirit was able to impress Rabbit. I guess that was a plus towards this training. Rabbit walked forward and held her hand out to my guardian, who seemed weary at first. Let her. I didn't know why I was speaking to it casually, but something felt right about about it. The animal was essentially a part of me, and I could feel that it understood me regardless of what I said. The guardian calmed down and leaned his head towards Rabbit, who placed her hand on its head and ran her fingers along its fur.
Truly magnificent! I had only ever seen another guardian this large once before.
Oh. I smirked, looking at the bear. Your own, right? Rabbit shook her head and looked at me, stopping her gesture at my animal.
No, from, Diana.
Ah, okay. I stopped myself from dropping my jaw. Diana was able to do this. Then again, I didn't think this kind of magic was limited to just me and Rabbit. Was any magic truly bound to only one type of demon? Rabbit acknowledged my facial expression with a slight smile.
She has a very powerful guardian. I'm surprised she doesn't use it.
That's because I don't need to.
Oh, hello. Hello. Rabbit and I turned our heads to see Diana in the doorway, smiling at both of us. As she walked in, she observed our animals and nodded, visibly impressed.
I assume everything is going well?
I would say so.
Actually. Look at the size of her animal guardian.
Alright. I was gonna make a size matters joke, but I decided against it. I decided against it. Diana walked over and sized up my animal with her eyes, nodding in agreement with Rabbit's expression.
Quite impressive. I expect good things to come from this training.
Alright. What is your animal guardian? I am curious if she answers. Diana looked over at me in slight surprise before smirking a bit and bringing up 2 fingers near her head. As she swung them to point at the wall, a purple mist flew from her fingers and spiraled into the air before landing slowly, forming a black panther. Okay. Very cool. Size does matter, apparently. Size matters when it comes to your guardian. That seems to be the case. You're so right. Okay. We got panther, wolf, and a bear in the same room here. I was in awe as its size. It was larger than Rabbit's bear, which made me wonder just how powerful Diana was. She walked over to and ran her hand over its head, running her thumb over the bridge of its nose with a soft chuckle.
A panther guardian and a snake familiar. How odd am I?
Oh, there was a snake involved too? Alright. What's gonna happen if I roll with a rat? If you roll up with a rat guardian? I don't know what that means. I feel like there's some meaning to like what your guardian is. It's gotta have some meaning. If you roll up with a rat guardian, I don't know how the enemy would react to that, you know? A snake familiar? I grew confused at what she meant as she simply smiled at me.
You don't wish for me to show you what I mean, dear. I promise you that.
When do we get did we get to see familiars at some point with a different trainer? I'm New York rat coded. Fair enough. I've never met the rats in New York, and I feel like maybe I'm okay with that, you know? Watch me carry the pizza slice down the sidewalk. That's what it's gonna do. You're so right. That you're gonna summon your guardian, you're just gonna find pizza. I crossed my lips to get. I want pizza now. Dang it. No, it's okay. I have mac and cheese upstairs for when we take our short break. I have some mac and cheese. I pressed my lips together, having been denied a chance to see something new. However, if Diana put it as a threat, I had to be cautious. After all, her spirit was much larger than mine and the size of our guardians. Same. Dude, I miss getting pizza at like 2 a.m. I remember, like all through college when you're like stuck working on a project in the art rooms and you're like with 5 other people, you're like, does anyone want pizza? Domino's is open till 2 a.m. And we're like, yeah, let's get Domino's at 2 a.m. What a vibe that was. Oh my gosh, my arms are so soft. My arms are so soft. I love it. I love it. Diana wheeled her guardian away, causing it to fade into the air like clouds.
Well, if you don't mind, I must get back to work. There is a lot that needs to be done, and we have little time to do it.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of time. Diana nodded at both of us before turning to leave. I feel like sometimes I say Diana and sometimes I say Deanna, and I'm like, I don't know why I think I knew somebody with the name, but she called herself Deanna.
Diana.
Which I think is like not how you pronounce that, but hey yo, that's just me.
May I speak to you in private later, after I have finished training her for the day?
Okay. I furrowed my eyebrows. What was she wanting to talk with about Diana? Talk about with Diana. Diana seemed confused as well, looking back to Rabbit but nodding nonetheless.
I'll come here when you are finished.
Okay.
Thank you.
I feel like, girl, that's none of our business, you know? None of our business what they're going to talk about, you know? Diana gave one more nod before turning back and leaving the room. I looked to Rabbit, curious as to what they were going to talk about, but if it was important to speak in private, then it is a matter I should keep my nose out of. Rabbit shook her head and smiled at me.
Now, where were we?
We're fighting with our guardians. I rubbed my shoulders and looked at our 2 animal guardians, seeing them resting on the ground, patiently waiting for us. Were these really only used for battle? I looked to Rabbit, curious. Hey,
what
Rabbit.
Is it?
Are these only meant for battle and defense? She shook her head and walked to the bear, petting it softly, making a low but happy grumble.
Think of these creatures as friends, whom we wish to protect us. A rabbit demon such as myself would benefit greatly from a bear companion.
Okay. Both the bear and Rabbit looked at me, hoping I understood. I looked to my own animal, confused why I was able to imagine what mine looked like. The intricacies of this magic seemed over my head, but I accepted it for now with a slight nod. Until the night, we trained furiously, using our animal guardians to show me how to use them, what commands to say, how to conserve my energy, and by the time I left, I was exhausted. Exhausted and tired, I marched to my room and opened my door, surprised to see Matthew already here. Oh, Matthew? Oh my god! Hey, buddy! Are we good? Hey Matthew, are we, you okay there? Okay. That's normal, right? Alright. However, what was odd about him being in the room was not that he was there before me, but he was staring at the fire. His eyes are glazed over, almost in a pale blue tint. Something was going on. I think we should be concerned. very much to be concerned, actually. Okay, I walked over and placed my hand on Matthew's shoulder, slowly walking around him to look directly. I don't know if we should be doing all that. It was almost creepy. I think it is creepy, actually. But he seemed almost dead. Hey, Matthew? Are you fucking good, brother? Hey, brother. Hey, brother. You good? I gently shook him, trying to snap him out of whatever trance he was under. But I guess spotted a blue ring around his neck. It's another... Okay, that's great. As I did, the air around me became colder and a little darker. What was going on? Panicked, I looked around, trying to pin down what was causing this. Oh. Yes. What about you? Matthew's voice brought me back to him, hearing his voice droll out of his mouth like an emotionless doll. I gripped his shoulder, trying to shake him again. Hey, Matthew, I really need you to fucking stop. I really need you to be regular right now. I don't remember what the right answer is for this, y'all. I don't remember. Part of me feels like it should be the affection one, but I feel like I don't remember. I'm gonna make a save because I do not know. We're gonna go with the affection route instead of the slapping him route, even though my instincts from playing Eve, where you have to snap Gary out of his trance, was you just have to hit him twice. Gonna go with this, and we got the little blue light, so we're good. I don't think anyone saw that because it happens right behind me. I had to break him out of whatever spell was consuming his mind, and there was no way in hell I was going to smack him. I guess fair. Okay. I probably like shake him a little bit more, but hey, that's just me. Instead I took his head into my hands and pulled him into a kiss, locking our lips with him shutting. Okay, hopefully this works. I didn't understand what made me do it, but I was determined to make it work. Oh, okay. I waited until... Oh, he's conscious again. He finally wrapped his arms around me and leaned into the kiss, letting me know that he broke through. Hey there, buddy. What was that about? I opened my eyes slightly to see his eyes closed, and his arms around my waist were secure, just how I remembered. Hey, dude. What was that? As they pulled away, he opened his eyes and revealed they were the lovely ocean blue color. However, his cheeks were also were now red. Okay. Hi there.
Hi.
Hi. Can you explain what just happened? I would love to know what that was. What was that? Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I was just looking at the fire. It's
just
pretty
looking
warm.
at the fire. Just looking at the fire, y'all. It wasn't weird. Okay. Every part of me did not believe him. Then again, something was wrong, and maybe Matthew was becoming a victim of it. I frowned and cupped his cheeks, making him lean into it slightly. Are you sure? You looked kind of like you were possessed. Matthew furrowed his eyebrows, unsure of what I meant. Did he really not remember? I now became concerned, desperate to know answers. Why was he acting so strangely? Well, because he was possessed, dude. That's why. Bro was getting actually possessed out here, okay? Matthew took my hands in his and held them gently, rubbing his thumb over the top of my
Hey, is everything all right?
I should be asking you that. But, awesome. You are so not aware of what just transcribed. Okay, lovely. I almost glared. What was, that was what I asked him. I wasn't crazy. I knew that something was off and I had to try and figure it out. I squeezed his hands instead. Hey, I'm serious. You were staring into the fire and your eyes just like glazed over and you had the weird shit around your neck, dude. I feel like mentioning that would be a good thing to mention. Pressing his lips together, he looked down, trying to discern what I meant, as if he didn't do what I suggested. I pulled his hands, now worried. I didn't want him to assume I was making things up. I don't think he thinks that, but he is minimizing his problems. You believe me, right? He stared into my eyes, reading them as he nodded.
I do. I don't know how to respond. I mean, I don't remember being in a trance.
Kind of how trances work. Usually you do not remember them. But, as he said that, however, he suddenly curled over and held his head, hissing in pain. Okay. Well, clearly he's got to remember this. So, Matthew? Quickly, Matthew collapsed onto his knees and gripped his head. Digging his fingers into his hair, I followed him down. Now I knew for sure something was definitely wrong. I kept his face, trying to read his expression, trying to figure out what was wrong from the sight. Okay. A moment passed before he let out a gasp of breath, opening his eyes wide and panting for some fresh air to enter his lungs. His eyes painted his fear as if he had just encountered a nightmare within the moment that passed. What just happened? Matthew couldn't speak, furrowing his eyebrows and shaking his head.
I heard someone calling to me.
It's the voice that I was talking, it's the voice from earlier that I heard. Calling to you? For a moment I believed it to be his mother. Maybe he was hearing what I heard in the human world. Why didn't I hear it anymore? It made no sense. Matthew shook his head and grit his teeth.
It sounded like my mother. But how could she...
I don't know, buddy. Gotta look into that. Probably should look into that. I took Matthew's hands and held them into my chest, catching his attention. Hey, let's go ask the others about this. It's not too late to go talk to them. Matthew suddenly shook his head and took his hands from mine, grasping my shoulders.
It's alright, really. I don't need their help. We can figure this out on our own.
Matthew, I need you to wise the fuck up. So for real, I need you to wise up, because what part of you thinks that is a good idea? He really said, no, we can figure it out on our own. We don't have to ask for help. But I'm like, hey, these are not the lessons what we should be learning. Can we, can we actually ask for help, please? Matthew. I feel like I just give him a look and he'd be like, Like, I feel like it's like, ask for help. I had a really bad feeling about the situation. Matthew was getting put in trances, getting bad headaches, hearing his mother's voice. I'm having nightmares. I've had, at this point, 2 nightmares where he has turned evil. I was so reluctant to ask for help. Because okay. I think I remember the right answer being, like, going along with it, letting him get there on his own conclusion. But I have enough hearts, I think I can go with this. And that was wrong, but it's okay. This was too mysterious and dangerous. We needed the help. We need to...
Please.
Okay.
Just trust me.
Okay? If something bad happens, it's not my fault. It's not my fault if something happens. Matthew stared deep into my eyes, pleading silently for me to trust him. I bit my lips, still not completely sure that this was the right choice. It's not! It's not! It's just not! As I slowly let out a whine of, complaint, Matthew groped harder on my shoulders, not enough to hurt me, but enough to emphasize his point.
Please.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'm about to turn that thought up really loud so Damien can hear it. Matthew seemed adamant. I swallowed my nerves and nodded slowly. Okay. Sure, buddy. Okay. He leaned forward and kissed my forehead, thankful that I was willing to trust him. However, trust wasn't the issue. I trusted him very much. What I didn't trust was was whatever was trying to influence him and hurt him. I didn't just want to leave this in the dark and didn't want to leave this in the dark. I didn't want to hit a wall with this that could potentially hurt Matthew even more, and it can do something even more odd. I grimaced before standing up, helping him stand. Let's just go to bed after that. Just gonna ignore all of that, and we're just gonna go to bed, and it's gonna be fine apparently. Okay. Oh, rah, 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 rah. Okay. Matthew nodded, agreeing that right now sleep was something we probably needed. Okay, fair. I led Matthew to bed and helped him, cuddling up to him and laying my head on his shoulder. Okay. Do we have another nightmare tonight? Because that'd be crazy.
Yeah?
Hey, Matthew. Are you sure you're gonna be okay?
I'm sure. I promise. I'll figure this out in no time.
I don't know about that. I nodded once more before closing my eyes. I had to let him try. If all else failed, I could go to the others for help, but not unless he became dangerous. I feel like if it were me, I feel like if it were me, I would still be like, we need to ask for help. And at this point, it's like, I don't really care. Because like this would be the correct thing to do. To fix the situation. Because this is like, isn't like a regular situation, you know? Oh, sorry if you heard that. Sorry if you heard that too. That was my neck actually. Usually I try not to do that with the microphone right there. I'm so sorry. Still something felt wrong about this entire situation. First there was something wrong with me, and now there was something wrong with him. We had the worst luck. Oh my god. Yeah. I'm assuming that got picked up pretty loudly by the microphone then. I assume that sounded much worse than it was. My apologies. I got them bones that like to crack. I'm like a Rice Krispie treat, man. Snap, crackle, pop. It's so dumb. But so is my neck, low-key. I feel like, yeah, for me it's like my spine. It's more my spine and my shoulder area that feels all my tension. But I get some relief when I crack my neck like that. But really the main problem would be like the major knots I have in my shoulders that I've had for years, and I can't ever seem to get rid of or work out, no matter how hard I fucking try. Yeah. I expected the night to take me away into the world of slumber, but quickly was awoken by Simon poking me with a knife. Hey, Simon. I looked down at my side to see Simon waving his arms and pointing at the door, revealing to be partially open, with a familiar red eye peeking through it. I stared suddenly, but Diana didn't move from her spot. Hi, Diana, what is happening? Did she want me to go over there? Simon pulled at my hand, wanting me to go, so I snuck out of Matthew's arms and crept to the door. Hey, Diana, what's up?
Is everything all right?
That's a good question. I also question that, but I assume it's fine. Sure. Where was this coming from? What do you mean? She pressed her lips together and looked into the room for a moment before looking back with a serious expression.
I was doing my usual routine around the castle, and felt somewhat of a disturbance in the air.
Okay.
Like something was trying to make contact with someone here. It was a weak wave, but...
Oh, well, no, I don't know anything about that, apparently. I stared surprised. Someone was really trying to contact Matthew. I became overjoyed to know that it was simple enough. Diana tilted her head to me, seeing my expression.
What? Did something happen?
She's like, what's going on? And I'm like, not supposed to say, actually? Before I opened my mouth to speak, however, Matthew's plea echoed in my head. He wanted me to trust him. If I told Diana, if I told her I'd be ruining his trust, whatever. But in the long run, okay, whatever. Dude, I'm just having, like, I had a moment where I was like, oh, Seduce Me 2 is when we get drunk Damien. And I am so delighted when we get to Damien, so I can enjoy drunk Damien. I love drunk Damien so much. Oh, that's gonna be such a treat. No, just surprised is all. Diana raised an eyebrow at me, but I didn't budge. I didn't want to be the one that say anything until Matthew needed me to. Despite it fighting against every moral code in my body, I had to put some trust in Matthew. Eventually, Diana nodded before turning to leave.
I apologize for disturbing your sleep. Please, have a good night.
Oh, okay. With that, Diana left me alone in the hall. I stared mildly flabbergasted at the fact that she simply let it go. Well, I'm pretty sure she clocked that still, though. I had to admit, I hoped she would drop it. I returned to Matthew's arms that night, hoping everything would be okay. Is it nightmare time? I'm so excited for that. Oh, we didn't have a nightmare. Okay. That's, I guess, one good thing happening here. I guess that's a win, I guess. The morning was unkind as I woke and yawned, feeling drowsy, but still, drowsiness still trying to consume my mind. However, we had to train. Gotta get to it. I turned my head to see Matthew rubbing his eyes, waking up alongside me. However, his grumble let me know that the night was also not kind to him.
Is it morning already?
Yeah, it's the day 2. This reminds me of, like, probably what it would be like for, like, day 2 of band camp. Like, after day 1, you're sore, and that's great. But, like, day 2 is so much worse. Because band camp's usually, like, 8 hours of full practice. There's a break in the middle, of course, but especially, like, in college, it was wake up. You wake up, you eat breakfast with your group, you do 4 hours up until lunch, and then you go back to, and after lunch you go until like 9 p.m. So it was actually probably like 12 hours for us, minus like 2, so like 10-ish hours. Band camp is long, especially for like what color guard does, because you're constantly like doing exercise and stuff. Like sometimes band gets a break to do like drill and everything, but like we're constantly like we're dancing and throwing things for 10 hours that day. Like we don't get a break to just like sit and learn the music and memorize things. We have to constantly be doing physical activity. To just be a little bit rough. But day 2 and 3 is like the worst, which is probably what he's feeling. I nodded and gently leaned down, kissing his forehead. That seemed to lighten his mood, and a happy smile danced across his lips as he led outside. It's like morning. We're just ignoring the fact that we had probably the worst thing possibly happened yesterday. Oh, it always gets worse though. I smiled as I hovered over his face, seeing his beautiful gaze in his eyes gaze into mine through the blur of sleep. Alright,
You
is
are
this
so
what he feels?
pretty. You know that?
Oh, thanks. So I would love a sleepy, tired. You're so pretty, so fun, so cute. We let a blush creep onto our face. The way he said it so casually made my heart flutter and had me forgetting about the world around us. Very cute. I nuzzled his hand and giggled. I didn't want the day to roll on, but getting ready to separate and train just yet. I wanted to sit back with Matthew and enjoy our time alone. Okay. He grew a small smirk before snaking his arms around me, pulling me against his chest, making me gasp and grab onto his shoulders. Not wanting to crush him with my weight, however, he smiled and squeezed me close.
No nightmare last night, huh?
No nightmare! Yeah, that's one good thing that happened. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. We'll take it. We'll take it as a win. As he said it, I realized that there was indeed no nightmare. I had a peaceful, dreamless night. I suddenly smiled and looked down at Matthew with a happy nod. Yep, no nightmare. I mean, we didn't, like, sleep well, but we didn't have a nightmare, so that's good. That's good. Matthew chuckled before leading me up and kissed me softly, just enough for me to feel it. As he pulled away, I became curious about his night. What about you? Did you have a nightmare? Because you almost got possessed yesterday. Matthew's smile faltered a bit as I asked, but he shook his head and he just smiled back.
It was rough. I woke up a couple of times.
Uh-huh.
That was pretty much it.
Oh, okay. Okay. No more detail than that? That's all we're gonna get out of there? Okay. There's more to the story, but I had to let it go. If you wanted me to trust him, then I had to go with the full extent of my heart. I nodded and planted a feathered light kiss on his nose, making him chuckle. So what's the plan?
Well, I figured I could skip some training and just spend some time with you.
No, that's a bad idea. The battle's in like 6 days, man. With a playful smirk, I grabbed the nearby pillow and gently bounced it off him.
Hey!
Bad idea. Discipline, buddy. You know, training is important. Matthew smirked and rolled us both over, having him on top of me, bouncing the pillow on his own.
I can totally train with you in a never-ending pillow fight.
Some of the lines just make me giggle. I like it. Okay. Oh yeah, no, oh, fuck, wait a minute. The thing that could go wrong. Nothing can go wrong from this cute little wholesome scene here. I quickly grabbed my pillow and swung it at Matthew, landing on target and causing him to roll off with me. With a grin, I arched my body the opposite direction, hoping to land another hit, but he quickly ducked and swung his pillow at me.
Gotcha!
We're not winning. We're not winning this pillow fight, apparently. The battle became intense as soon as we got double weapons over here. We're armed with dual pillows. Regardless, we were immersed in our own world, ducking in and out of the feathers. The door, we didn't even open the door open.
What's going on in...
Hello. Oh, this is when he kind of fucks up. As Diana's voice rung through the air, I gasped in surprise and looked over to see her holding 2 plates of pancakes. What frightened me and Diana was the sudden knife chucking itself into Diana's direction, causing her to sidestep and letting the knife rake through a stack, effectively nailing a pancake to the wall. Hey buddy, what was that? What the fuck was that, Matthew? What was that? Explain that? You want to explain that? Diana and I looked to Matthew, seeing him posed mid-throw. His eyes flashed back and forth between gold and blue, staring hard at Diana, most likely in surprise. Hello? And once again, I was taken away from the fantasy and brought to reality. She startled and practically slammed the plates she was holding onto the table, glaring back.
What in the 7 hells was that about?
Girl. Yeah, no, I'm kind of on her side, actually. As Diana took a step forward, Matthew suddenly shook his head and realized who was approaching at him, who he essentially attacked, causing him to step back and place his hands in front of him.
Whoa! Whoa, hold on!
Hold on, you started that! You started that! Do I defend this man for doing that? Okay, I'm gonna de-escalate. I'm gonna attempt to de-escalate. I quickly reacted, not wanting Diana and Matthew to start fighting. Besides Diana took us by surprise. She couldn't have known. I rushed over and placed myself between them, holding my arms out to stop her. Hey, hold on. Diana stopped and glared down at me. She's pressured.
What?
I opened my mouth to speak before Matthew rushed around me and pressed his hands together, bowing his head.
I'm sorry. I didn't know it was you. I thought it was an attacker and...
She's like, girl, in my fucking castle?
An attacker in my home? They would be dead before they even set foot through the gates!
She's like, I would take care of that shit. I looked at Matthew, seeing him grit his teeth and press his hands together hard, trying to gain some form of forgiveness. Alright. It's not working. That's really not working. Dennis snarled quietly before slapping his hands away, gripping his chin, making him stare at her. Yeah, you kinda fucked up, buddy. Kinda fucked up. What happens when you throw a knife at her?
The next time you dare to attack me will be the last time you feel your heart beating in your chest.
Girl, yeah, your own fault. That's rough. That's rough, though. With a threatening scowl, she pushed him back away from her, causing her to turn away and walk towards the exit of the room. I rushed to Matthew. Okay. Before he tripped on his own feet.
Then get to training. Don't waste time.
She's like, I'm having enough of this bullshit. She's like, I'm having enough of this. Enough of it. She finally left, leaving me and Matthew lost in our own space once again. This time we were awake and aware of what was going on. Mildly ashamed of the delusion we placed ourselves. We're gonna talk about that? Matthew rolled his head, looking at the floor.
Man, I really screwed up.
You don't say. You don't say, buddy. It's okay. It's alright, man. Maybe we just, like, chill a little bit, though. It's okay. It's okay, I mean, but don't do it again, you know? I knew that he messed up and he needed to get himself together and fix his mistake so he can move on and figure out the problems he already had. I got my arms around him. Usually his shoulder. Does that yawn mean that it's time for me to get my mac and cheese and get my second win? Potentially. Let me finish this scene and I will refill my water and take a good old sip. It's alright. I rubbed his shoulders as he rested his forehead against mine.
How the heck do I deserve you?
That's a good question because you are doing a lot of stupid shit right now. I merely smiled and kissed his cheek. Ouchies. Because you love me and I love you. Wow. Why did who wants to tell me why the fact that that specific phrasing of that line triggered the Barney song? What? Like, I was not a Barney kid, I was a Winnie the Pooh kid, but my brother used to watch a fuck ton of Barney, and I don't know why the song started, that triggered the song in my head. I hate that so much, because when I get a song stuck in my head, it doesn't go away. It doesn't go away. Oh no. Oh man. That's rough. This is gonna be rough in my brain for a second. Oh boy.
Right.
Right. Matthew and I turned towards our breakfast and ate what we could, with Matthew taking the places he managed, he managed to attack. Yeah, there's a whole pancake stuck on the wall now. The pancake almost slipped off the knife and was still embedded into the wall, causing him to run and catch it. Okay. He didn't eat it, but just left it there, avoiding it as it was some kind of poison. I mean, it didn't hit the floor, so like 5-second rule, I guess. I was excited to see what training we would do today. However, as I walked through the Great Hall to meet Rabbit, I bumped into someone. Hello?
Oh no! Sorry, I didn't mean to hit you.
Who are you? I don't remember you. Who are you? Who are you? This sweet summer child. Looking over who had collided with me, I was surprised to see a young man in some sort of flowing cloth garb, waving his hands in front of him in worry. I don't remember this man. It's okay. Despite my reassurance, the boy bowed and apologized again.
I'm truly sorry.
Who are you?
That's enough, Bajang.
Bajang! I don't remember Bajang. I don't remember Bajang. Is it Bajang or Bajang? Okay. I quickly looked over to see Diana walking towards me with the crossed arms. Exactly! Who? I don't know either! Who is this boy? Bajang? Who is this? Is this because of Rabbit, is this like, I think this has to do with like Rabbit's training, but he isn't like an animal demon though. Like he's not even animal demon though. Looking at the boy, he flinched at his name, but Shang looked and jumped at the sight of Diana beside me. But Diana, who also was just as frustrated as me because my husband threw a fucking knife at her. He is a cutie patootie. I love it. He looks like a soft. I love him so much. I don't even know who he is, but I'm adopting him.
Rebel Queen!
Rebel Queen!
I have a message from my lady.
Rebel Queen! He's such a baby! Oh my gosh, you're too soft for this world.
I know. Come along, and I will hear it.
Wait, okay, I guess I'm not training. I don't even know him, but I've adopted him. He's my son now. Oh my gosh. Bajang, do I get to see you again after this, or is this the only scene you're in? I will be so sad. Diana gestured Bajang to follow her as she nodded to me.
I apologize for keeping you. Good luck with training.
I mean, you didn't really keep me. I just kind of bumped into Bajang over here, who is the cutest little patootie guy in this whole building, man. I mean, like, look at this. He's got such, like, baby eyes. He's got those, like, those big, round, innocent little eyes. He's too soft for this world. Are you fighting in the war? How old are you? How old are you? How old are you to fight in this war? You're just a little guy. Also, hello, Raven. I like that we both went, who the hell is this guy? Who is this guy? We both know this game, and both of us had no idea who that was. Could only nod before Diana walked off with the boy behind her. He seemed nice. I wondered for a moment who he was, but I shook my head. No, we should wonder more. Where's that sweet boy? Bring him back. Bring back this sweet boy. I continued my journey to the Great Hall and turned into the room, peering in to see my trainer. Alright. I hope we see more of that, because I don't remember Rabbit's storyline. I remember there's something with, like, a collar or something, and, like, the rabbit, and, like, the animal thing, and the hierarchy. The music is really intense. Wait, okay, why is the music, like, already... It's already, like, coming for me. Hello? What is going on here? I saw that, yeah. It's the vibes. That's like what I do when I would just put this on auto sometimes while working. Oh girl, what is this intense music? This music is so intense. Oh my gosh. We formed a semicircle. Were pig fawn demons. One very much resembled the one I saw on the vision of the boys in the past. Okay. Are we sacrificing people? Why are we here? What is, we're just gonna watch because I don't know if I want to be involved in that. I'm so sorry. I was lost in what was happening, but something in my gut told me to stay put and follow my instincts. I watched this rabbit step back, gripping her staff, and the imp demons cackling quietly around her. What is happening? This feels spooky. A large blue light began to glow from the crystal at the end of her staff, causing the imps to turn and become distracted by it. As they did, however, Rabbit swung her staff in an arc, causing a large weave of ice to spray towards and engulf them. Okay. Okay. I stared in shock as the imps became encased in ice, frozen in time and space. What made my mind completely break in awe was Rabbit lifting up the end of her staff, tapping on the surface of the ice. The bodies of the imps suddenly began to crack and crumble before dissolving into the ice as they were never there. Huh? I took another step in, trying to take in what just happened. What kind of ice did she use to trap them? Why were they there in the first place? What's going on? I feel like this couldn't have been some kind of, like, ambush. This had to be some kind of planned thing. Because Diana was super chill in the hallway. She wasn't stressed at all about this. The rabbit turned over her shoulder and gasped to see me come in. As she did, the ice disappeared, evaporating into the air. Huh?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just...
What was that? That was spooky and cool, but I'm a little like, what? I stared at Rabbit, confused as ever, as she turned around
I'm
inside.
sorry. I was doing some training of my own.
Oh, okay.
I'm usually not on the battlefield in war.
Okay.
But since the next battle will be our last, we need to have as many people fighting as we can.
Wait, so did you summon your own training dummies, essentially? I instantly shook my head. It was understandable. I wasn't the only one allowed to train after all. It's fine. I'm sorry for interrupting. Rabbit laughed a bit, hugging her staff to her body. It was pretty cute to see her stand up to the illusionary imps. Okay. But she seemed to handle herself well after a moment. However, she shook her head and cleared her throat.
Anyway, we should start your training for the day. Can't let this time go to waste.
Alright. I nodded, summoning my guardian, ready myself. This time, Rabbit pointed her staff out and caused a large group of imps to appear, ready to slice into me and my animal guardian. Okay. Upon my command, my guardian leapt forward and began to claw through the group, dodging their swords and spears, making sure to rip through each one as they came. As one fell and turned to mist, another would emerge in its place. It became a practice of my endurance. The animal kept fighting, but I felt myself slowly becoming weaker with each attack and movement. It had happened the day before, but the battles had been shorter and were divided between many breaks. Today, however, had me go through wave upon wave of imps until the afternoon. When I felt drained completely of my energy, soon my animal guardian dispelled itself, unable to maintain its form without energy, leaving me defenseless. However, Rabbit spun her staff in the air, willing the imps to vanish. She walked over to me with a smile, most likely proud of the work I had done.
I'm very shocked to see how long you managed to keep fighting.
Okay.
Many people would have dropped halfway through, but you pushed forward.
Well, thank you. In truth, I didn't want to give up no matter what happened. This was training, and stamina was a key part of defending myself. Rabbit looked to the window, seeing the light in the afternoon slowly drift into the night.
Why don't we take a break for now? Then we'll do one last round before your training is over. All right?
Okay. I nodded, going to the far corner of the room and sitting down, wanting to shut my eyes for a moment and take a short nap to regain my energy. I barely noticed the figure running into the room and approaching Rabbit. It's Bajang! He's back! Why am I attached so much to this sweet little boy? He's so tall! Holy shit! Wait, what the fuck? Why is he so... He's so baby-faced and cute, but he's literally ginormous. Why is he so tall? It can't be that Rabbit's just short. He looks so tall. Okay, alright. That's a lanky boy. I opened an eye, looking up to see Bajang looking at Rabbit with a slight grimace on his expression. Rabbit turned to him and placed her staff by her side, tilting her head, furrowing her eyebrows.
Bajang, what is it?
Bajang?
Well, you see...
Uh-huh. Rabbit stepped forward and checked Bajang's face, looking for something.
What's wrong? Did she take your energy?
What?
Oh, no. She didn't.
He's just a
She
baby.
refused to take any from me. But she gave me another message to send back to you.
He's just a baby. Rabbit waited as Bajang took a breath and straightened up. Calm from the flustered expression he carried earlier, whatever he had to say must have been important.
She wants to speak with you alone tomorrow morning, before anything is settled.
Okay.
Tomorrow morning? Why not tonight?
Bajang rubbed his hands, another grimace painting over his face.
Well, she said she had plans later tonight, so she can't.
Bajang, you don't sound too confident with that answer.
Whom? Wait, never mind.
She said, actually, I don't want to know. She said, actually, I'm so good not knowing that information. The Psy Rabbit turned and hugged her staff.
Thank you, Bajang. You're dismissed for the night.
He's so tall.
Oh, thank you, my lady.
Pashang is so tall. With that, Pashang bowed and turned, letting Rabbit sigh to herself, shaking her
Why
head.
do we have to keep discussing this?
I would love to know the context of what's happening. Discussing what? I couldn't help but be curious. Rabbit looked over at me with a surprised face before pressing her lips together and looking away.
It's nothing to worry about. Just a minor topic we need to chat about.
Is Pashang's model supposed to still be on the screen? I feel like Pashang isn't supposed to be on screen anymore. Okay. I mean, I don't mind. These two seem like a cute little duo here. From the tone of her voice, it was definitely something large. However, Rabbit wasn't willing to spill the beans just yet. I let it go for now, knowing that I would find out sooner or later, regardless of the fact. Oh, no, okay, we're good. Sorry. Oh, the Pashang had not left yet. My bad. Pashang finally left as Rabbit let out a sigh and looked back at me. A desperate look from some sort of distraction in her eyes. Whatever Diana needed to talk to her about really riled her up. Still, I refused to let it get the best of me. I was certain that I would perfect fighting with my guardian and forget about whatever they were chatting about with ease.
Are you ready to go again?
Yeah, let's go. I got this. I'm ready. I nodded, sitting up to go once more, shaking out my nerves. I was getting tired, but my day is not over. I trained into the night like I usually did. This time, however, Rabbit seemed to be rougher with her obstacles and attacks, letting out stress from the situation she wouldn't tell me about. I felt a little bad that she was holding it in, but understood why. As Rabbit and I finally relaxed, she smiled at me, exhausted.
You're getting better. That's good.
Thank you. I grinned and nodded, happy to know that there was an improvement as I turned to leave. However, Rabbit stopped me. Well, what's up? I turned to see Rabbit rubbing one of her ears nervously.
Come a little later to practice tomorrow.
Okay.
You know that Diana is coming to discuss something, and...
Yeah, no problem. You have a meeting, I get it. I don't mind a sleep-in day. That's kind of nice, actually. She didn't want me to overhear it. My curiosity was piqued, but I nodded regardless. Alright, I'll come by later. With a smile, I left Rabbit and made my way back to my room. Slowly padded to my room, tired from the day. I needed rest and I needed comfort in my bed and Matthew's arms around me. As I walked in, however, I did not expect to see is Matthew in a trance again. Nope. Well, well, not as bad of a trance as the other day, but he is. I don't think putting Simon in a chokehold would affect Simon, as he is just a sentient stuffed doll. But hey, can you put my son down? That's like actually my son. Like you made me a little plushy. That's my son. Matthew held Simon in a full body chokehold. He's like 4 inches tall. Maybe like 8 inches tall. He's like a Mimikyu sized boy. Crushing his body like a stress ball and glaring into his beady little eyes.
I'm gonna rip you apart!
No, you're not. Hey, Matthew. No. I rushed in and grabbed Matthew's hands, prying them apart and letting Simon slip from between them and onto the ground. Simon let out a squeak before running out of the room. Fair enough, Simon. Matthew, still for some reason enraged, took a step forward to follow him, and I slammed my hand into his shoulder.
Get back here!
Relax. Let's relax, Matthew. What the fuck is happening? Matthew, stop. I feel like I'm talking to a dog. Stop. Put it down. I gripped hard on Matthew's shoulder, causing him to turn to me, letting me grab his other shoulder. Knock some sense into him, I swear. As I got a good look into his eyes, I gasped at the sight. Is he back in his trance? Yeah. Yeah, Bursh. Oh, great. His eyes were full of rage and anger as he panted in place. Whatever Simon did really made him go off the edge, or something was influencing him again. I suddenly became afraid, shaking underneath his gaze. Every fiber of my body completely began to spaz out as I became locked in his angry stare. Girl, you're having PTSD from your nightmares. She's like, what's going on? And I'm like, that is the same look that he gives in the nightmares, no? Oh, I'm sorry. No. The scroll wheel is really sensitive. Okay. I opened my mouth to try and speak, but but no sound would dare come out of my vocal cords. It was like I was too frightened to press him. Yeah, that's called PTSD, baby. The nightmare is becoming real. Oh shit. As Matthew continued to pant for air and stare at me, something in his mind slowly melted, causing his eyes to slowly widen in realization at what he had done and what he was about to do to Simon. A strange hold on my body faded away as his muscles relaxed, trying to breathe and regain control of whatever had clouded his judgment. As it finally became apparent that he had returned to sanity, Matthew's eyes began to droop in sadness.
I'm...
Oh, sorry? What am I doing?
What am I doing?
A good question. Can we ask your brothers for help now? Just an idea. That'd be really cool. Matthew pulled away from me, placing his hands between us, and stepped back, staring at me in deep regret. I tried to step forward to try and comfort him, but he raised a hand to stop me, walking slowly over to the bed and sitting down, grasping his head.
Something happened to me. I don't know what.
That's why we should ask for help, man. I think that's why we ask for help. I found as I slowly moved and sat down next to him. In shame, he covered his face with his hands and curled over his knees, digging his fingers into his forehead.
I keep hearing my mother's voice telling me to come home and save her. Whenever I do, I completely lose control of myself. I can't remember what I did or why I did it, but I always manage to do something wrong.
I think now is the time we ask for help. I grimaced, remembering the random attack on Diana. I placed my hand on his shoulder as he shuddered and shook his head again.
I gotta fix this. There's gotta be some way to stop it from happening to me.
Yeah, I hope so, Matthew. It was painful to see him struggling, so I couldn't understand why he had to fight this alone. Why not go to the others for help? Matthew let out a sigh and slumped his shoulders further.
Can't let them help me? Like they've always done?
Matthew, I'm gonna have a serious discussion with you really quick. What do you think family is there for? Just a really quick question. What do you think a family, specifically siblings, are there for? I'm gonna go out on a limb, and I'm gonna say that your family usually is the people you go to when you are struggling with something, as they are going to help and understand you. Maybe just a little bit. Maybe. As Matthew turned to me, I could practically see shame in his eyes as he spoke. I've been there. Don't get me wrong. I've been there where that struggle happens and you don't want people to see it. But it's not healthy.
Every time I was in trouble, they'd always come and help.
That's because they're your brothers.
Every time I do something, I'm treated like a damn kid.
That is not because you're a kid. I mean, you'll always be a kid in their eyes. I'm sorry. As an older sibling, I can... My brother's getting married soon. He's still a baby in my eyes. He's still my kid brother in my eyes. It doesn't matter how adult you become. You will always be my younger sibling will always be my kid brother, you know? That is not them doing infantilization. No. Bad Matthew. Matthew turned his head away and gritted his teeth, forming fists and laying them on his knees, tightening them in aggravation.
There's a reason why I didn't ask them to help with the wedding.
Okay, well
I don't want them babying me and
Okay,
doing
well-
everything like I'm some sort of stupid moron who needs everything done for him.
Okay. First point. Not asking them to help with the wedding. Fair enough. Most people would like to plan their weddings with their significant other and have that be the core input on what happens at the wedding, as the event is about those two people. But also... anger.
I want to do this on my own. I can
Okay.
figure this out without their help.
Can
I'm
you?
not even the youngest, but they still treat me like I am, even Damien.
Well, they baby Damien
I don't want that
too.
anymore.
I'm sorry. What is the pattern here? Sam is the middle child and gets, slack from both ends of the siblings. Damien and you both get babied, which tells you are the younger siblings. And Eric and James have to try and act responsible all the time. This is just how that works. I was speechless. Did Matthew really feel that kind of pressure from his brothers? I don't know, buddy. My mind went back to the first day I had met him, how Eric treated Matthew like a little boy despite Matthew being close in age. I feel like I read that more as sibling stuff, and not like babying him. As the grimace of realization appeared on my lips, Matthew let out a shaky sigh.
I can't ask for their help. I'm sorry.
He's so upset. I just need him to I need to take the lesson and need to throw it at him, and I just need him to learn before things get fucked up. Before things get fucked up, I need him to learn. We're gonna comfort this man. I feel terrible for Matthew. He definitely acted like a kid, but it seemed like only I remembered that he wasn't one. He just has whimsy. I mean, he has whimsy, but I don't think having whimsy means you're acting like a kid. After all, I had been with this man for over 2 years of my life. I wrapped my arms around him, hugging me. I wrapped my arms around him, hugging me to him, making him gasp and express.
Huh?
Getting surprised when you have intimacy given to you, sir. Why are you surprised by the intimacy every time? What? I buried my face in his shoulder, silently apologizing to him with a soft kiss on his neck. Slowly, Matthew. For a second, I thought I read I know I said Matthew, but in my head, I read the wrong name, and I went, whoa, that was not correct. I read a different name in my head, and I went, what the fuck? Matthew wrapped his arms around me as well, taking in a breath before relaxing once again in my arms. A peaceful moment of silence passed between us before Matthew slowly pulled away and looked into my eyes.
I don't understand why you like me at all, you know?
You need some self-respect so badly. You need to love yourself so badly, please. What? Confused, I stared into Matthew's eyes, turning to find the origin of where his statement came from. Matthew, however, took my hands and grasped them with his, looking down at them.
I love you so much, but I'm not mature like James or the others. I don't understand at all how someone like me could be remotely likable.
I like the whimsy, okay? I like the whimsy. It's why I'm a Raphael girly in lads, okay? I like the whimsy. Alright. I glared, not wanting him to degrade himself. As he looked back up at me, he flinched at my stare, but I needed to get him to see that I loved him and cared for him, for every part of him. It didn't matter that he wasn't like his brothers. He was mine and I loved him. I squeezed his hands, locking his gaze into mine. Going back and playing this game has me realizing how often we use the phrase, I love him, I love you, and like he loves me or whatever, and it's like, I feel like it's repeated a lot. Not that I mind it. I like that they are like that. It's like, yeah, we can show the affection between these characters. I feel like I need some variety in the language, though. I feel like it's like throw in something like, oh, I cherish him. Like, cherish is a really nice word. I really like that word, and that might just be personal bias myself to the word cherish and things like that, or things that feel like that and feel a little fancy. I think I want some fancy words, or like adore. Like adoration would be a very nice word. I have aged and matured and read a whole fuck ton of books. It's because of playing games like this I became an avid reader, and now I like big fancy words. I love you for you, Matthew. I don't care what your brothers act like or how you are not like them. I don't care because I fell in love with you, not them. Matthew remained silent, staring deep into my eyes and taking in everything that I said as I was saying, everything that I was saying with a broken but hopeful gaze. He really cared about me and didn't want to hurt me, and I didn't want to hurt him either. Whatever this is, whatever thing is trying to control you, we will fix it, but don't you dare degrade yourself like that. Does this take us to the scene? To the sex scene that I have the embarrassed to read aloud sometimes? I don't know. I don't know. If not, I'll just grin and bear it. It's fine. It's part of the story. At last I leaned forward and pressed my lips to his, locking his to my... It's the fact that I had to hear myself read the words out loud versus just reading in my head. Like, reading smut in my head, no problem. Straight face that shit. It's all good. I feel like hearing the words out loud come out of my own mouth is like, oh yeah, I do read this kind of shit all the time. Yikes-a-rooney. Matthew stood wide-eyed before very slowly closing his eyes, melting into the lip lock. I wanted to show him how strong and wonderful he was. I fell in love with him not just for his childish side, but how he made me feel with every part of him. He was very much an adult when I was locked in his arms and drowned in kisses constantly. Well, okay, I think I clicked on this much chain. Oh, shit. I was lucky to have him as mine, and I wanted to remind him of that. Every part of me, can't read words. Mind, body, and soul. There we go. I did start the sex scene. I did know that. I did that. I knew it. Deep down, I knew it. And I still did it anyway. I had to read this out loud. I just have to, like, not have shame for, like, 5 minutes. I'll be fine. Let me just lock in and not have shame for, like, 5 minutes. I got it. I got this. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. I'm an adult, I promise. I'm an adult and I read a fuck ton of smut. It's just a little different when I hear it. Okay. Just dissociate for like 5 minutes. I slowly slid my legs over his lap, straddling his hips, and made the kiss between us deeper, relishing in the feelings that were burning between us. Matthew slowly drew his hands up my sides and wrapped them around me, hugging me to his chest almost possessively and making me gasp against his lips. He was getting the idea that, and I was happy that my message was clear enough to understand. He was mine and I was his. We would support and hold each other forever and nothing would separate us. My clothes were slowly stripped off my body, Matthew taking his time and looking at every inch of my body as it became exposed. I would shyly show him, but happily allow him to indulge and ravish me as he desired if he craved it. A flash of gold passed over his eyes as he finally grasped the back of my neck and kissed me passionately. I couldn't help but moan against his lips, feeling his free hand dance around each curve of my body, and his installment slowly eased itself into my core, warming my soul in love and need. Oh, jump scare. That was so... the CGs are so bright in the second game. Oh my gosh. A cutie patootie over there. I couldn't stop myself from grinding against my incubus, needing to undress himself as he make love I desired. like we both desired. Matthew slightly smirked against his lips before turning us over and staring at me.
You're so beautiful. You know that?
I'm making it through. I'm making it through. I got this. I let my body warm at his words, making me distracted as Matthew began to run his hands all over my body, leaving no inch of skin unexplored and unconquered by his fingers or lips. I arched back, pressing my head back into the pillows beneath my head, and let out a loving sigh and moan with each pleasurable touch he placed on me. This was truly heaven. I was so lost that I barely noticed him stroking as well, hovering over me, finally allowing us to become one. As we did, the world around me became lost. I could only see Matthew as he could only see me. We would become lost in each other's eyes as we wrapped each other in pleasure and love, climbing through our carnal ecstasy, changing each other's names like two birds in a sweet harmony. My hand guided themselves around Matthew's body, feeling the slight sweat layered over his soft skin as I dragged my nails over his back. From the pleasureful hiss that erupted from him, I could tell that he enjoyed that he would pay back in kind. Oh, I got this. Our lovemaking soon became rapid and heated, unrelenting in its crescendo toward a beautiful and hot climax. We drove through it together, uncaring of who would hear our cries and screams of love before slowly easing into a gentle feather-like afterglow. Matthew and I held onto each other with lost within the embrace between us and euphoric in our emotions. I was so happy to have him in my arms, causing me to pull him closer to me and cuddle against him. Matthew laughed a bit before kissing me softly and nuzzling my forehead with his. Ugh, I got it.
I love you too.
I got through it. I can't believe this. Oh no, we're not done. We remained there, taking in the sounds of our synchronized breathing and letting our hearts eventually beat as one. We would get through this. We would. There we go. You know what? I just gotta lock in, kind of partially dissociate, and just read, and I can get through that, and I'm fine, and I'm totally not, and I can totally dissociate a little bit from the fact that there is that I'm technically reading about the fucking of one of my headmates. Oh boy. Okay. Hey, I made it through. I'm proud of myself. Okay. And now for everything to get a little fucked up, because we're gonna have a rough time. Sleeping that night filled me with determination for the next day. I was hopeful, rooting that everything was gonna be alright. Oh, I don't know if we should be rooting for that. Of course, everything turns out the way we want. Of course not. Yeah, no, everything's a little... The morning came at last, rising me to sleep. Surprisingly, I was full of energy, ready to go and take on the day's training. However, I quickly realized I was not alone. Matthew? I was now alone, sorry. I sat up and looked around, not seeing him anywhere in the room. Worry crept into my mind. What if he left to do something that he was influenced to do? What if he tried to figure out a way to force the influence out of him? Oh, hey buddy. I gripped my bedsheet to remove it from my body when I looked up to see the door swing open, revealing Matthew holding 2 plates of food.
Good morning!
Okay. Became dumbstruck. What was up with him and why was he up so early? He wasn't exactly an early bird. Oh, we know that. Matthew grinned as he walked over and presented a plate of delicious-looking fruit, eggs, bacon toast, and pancakes I had never seen. My mouth went agape at the mere sight and smell slowly took from his hands. When did you make this?
This morning, duh! When else would I have been able to make it?
Duh. I looked up at him. He seemed very happy and cheerful despite everything that happened last night. Did he manage to drive out the influence? I noticed the dark circles under his eyes. I could tell that the night had become somewhat of a struggle, or so that maybe was indeed the case. Still, something in my gut pressed me to be cautious. Something wasn't entirely right about the situation. Even though seeing Matthew being happy made me happy too, I slowly began to dig in, savoring every delicious bite, almost forgetting my worries. Wow, this is amazing. He let out a happy sigh and nodded.
Awesome. Well, I'm gonna go to training now.
Oh, okay. I suddenly shook my head, trying to take in what he said. He was gonna go training now? I looked at him as he began to turn around, holding an arm for him. Hey, hold on.
Bye!
Hold on. No, hold on, buddy. Buddy, no. Come back here. Despite my protest, Matthew left the room, practically skipping out of it. What the hell? Yeah, something's wrong. I lowered my plate and stood, racing towards the door, but was stopped by Diana, who was about to step in. Oh, hi.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Diana looked up and down before looking at the plate of food I had on my bed and looking at the 3 plates of food she had in her hand.
When did you...
Good question. I shook my head. Diana didn't know Matthew was making food. Became even more worried. Diana stepped in and placed her plates on the nearby table, crossing her arms in concern.
Do you now wish to tell me what is going on?
She's like, can you tell me what's happening? Something is happening. I clocked that so fast. I naturally bit my lip. I couldn't tell her, but something about this one warning me whatever was influencing Matthew could have gotten worse. Whoa, hold on. But something about this was warning me that whatever was influencing Matthew could have gotten worse. Okay, we're missing a word there. Got it. I began to internally panic, but I kept a look of calm on my face. You know what's so funny about her design that I see every time? This piece of hair right here, I would see this part of her design here, and I'd be like, oh, okay, I don't know why we have this weird line just on her back. I never knew what this was. I thought it was like a weird, like, maybe the skin is sitting like that, and that's a line to indicate that. But literally as I'm sitting here staring, I'm like, wait, that's hair. It's so subtle and so close to being like a tangent with the line on her back that I thought it was like just part of her, like this is just like the arch of her back here, but it's not. It's just her hair covering and looping around. And it makes so much more sense, and the trick of the eye that I kept convincing myself that it was has finally been cleared after years. Wow. Matthew just ate breakfast.
When was this?
I don't know. I grimaced, looking away. Apparently this morning. Diana shook her head and pressed her fingers to her temples, exhaling an irritated sigh.
That boy is seriously concerning me now.
Yeah, you and me both, girl. You and me both. I think I have to do this one. This is the right answer. But, I feel like I would probably like you and me both. I didn't mean to explode, but after hearing Matthew's worries that night before, I couldn't help but defend him there. Diana stood wide-eyed at me, most likely wondering where my sudden outburst came from. Even though I had vocally challenged her, she let out a sigh and crossed her arms.
Regardless, I'll have people watch over him. If he does anything out of the ordinary, I will be the first to know.
Okay. Diana gave me a hard stare for a moment before turning and leaving the room. Matthew didn't want help, but it seemed like he very much needed it. What if this was all something I was overreacting from? I don't think, hey girly pop, I don't think we're overreacting. At all, actually. What if he was hiding something vitally important? Yeah. What makes you, yeah. I gripped my head and shook it. Stop it, calm down. That's right, I had to calm down first. This wasn't gonna be easy, but the truth would come out one way or another. I don't like one way or another. That leaves too many possibilities for bad things. I ate my food and prepared for the day, praying that I would not hear of Matthew killing someone. Girl. I think if that's what we're worried, if that is what we are worried about, we should be telling someone. Oh, you're still talking. Oh, I'm sorry. I arrived at the Grand Hall expecting to see Rabbit waiting for me. However, I didn't expect to see Diana there. Locked in a heated argument. Oh. That would be why the meeting went longer. Wow. That would be why the meeting's probably gone longer than just this morning. I quickly heard the wall, wondering what was going on before I peeked into the room.
Rabbit, what you are asking is impossible.
Oh.
Impossible? How is liberating my kind impossible?
Oh.
I know you wish to change the caste system, and I do as well, but it cannot be done overnight. Can you understand the consequences of such a sudden change?
I'm kind of, you know what, that feels like it is a done over time thing.
Does it matter? We are days away from taking control of this world, and what we demand will become ultimate law.
All right.
The world will listen and obey every word we say, every word you say.
But not overnight, man.
You overestimate the power we would have, Rabbit.
I felt frozen. What was happening? I thought Diana was with Rabbit in wanting change. I should be hesitant. Rabbit was fighting for a just cause. The arguing continues.
No, I am not overestimating our power. I know exactly what we should be able to accomplish. You are just too afraid to go through with it.
Oh, okay.
Afraid? Of course I'm afraid. Do you know what a sudden change in the system would do to everyone? What it would do to your kind?
Alright.
We would be free.
You would be slaughtered!
Yikes. Alright. She's a little angry right now. Diana's voice suddenly boomed. The air began to quake from it. I stared at Diana's form, suddenly become covered in black and purple flame. Glowing gold eyes peering towards the suddenly fearful
Not
rabbit.
everyone will be as kind as I am. Not everyone will unlock the chains of your people's limbs just because I demand it. What you demand will sign the death wish of every animal demon on this godforsaken plane.
Oof.
You know what happened in the human world when the slaves of that world demanded their freedom? Millions were slaughtered, and they are still not equal to other humans.
Yeah.
Why not learn that lesson?
Oh boy. That just got worse too. You know what? It never really got that much better. I'm not gonna lie. It got a little better, and then it got a little worse. Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah. Fair enough. I don't think Rabbit knows that though. I was astonished. Was Diana seriously comparing animal demons to slaves? Well, if they're in, okay, I'm not gonna lie. The demon world does seem to be a little bit behind in the times of the. You know what? Okay, still fearful of the suddenly intimidating Diana, but watched Diana slowly calm down from the sigh. Okay.
I know that what I ask is beyond horrid.
Okay.
But you need to understand. A ruler can rule, but the people beneath them have voices and hands of their own, strong enough to disobey and do as they desire.
Fair.
I may demand the immediate liberation of your kind, but they may see liberation as a call to slaughter, out of desperation to keep what they believe is theirs.
Yeah.
I swear on my bloodline that I will fix this caste system, but you cannot demand that I force it overnight, unless you desire the blood of your kind to spill over the earth.
Fair enough. Without giving Rabbit a chance to respond, Diana turns and marches towards the exit. Before I can react, she reaches the doorway, seeing me stopping in her tracks. Hi. Yes, I did hear that. She looks upset that I heard that. She didn't say anything. She simply arched around me and left down the hall, lowering her head and vanished around the corner. I turned back into the room to see Rabbit's turn and face one of the large windows. Gripping her staff to her body and biting her lower lip, this must have been so hard for her, but I wasn't exactly sure whose side to decide with. Both had valid points. Rabbit and the other animal demons deserved to be free, but what if Diana was right? Rabbit's people would be killed the minute Diana's liberation demand left her mouth. Even worse, they'd never be able to reach that equality Rabbit wanted. I could only grimace in the situation. It was a tough one. Who knew where it would go after the war? I was positive it would work out in the end, but I knew it would be a tough battle to face regardless of what they decided to do. Taking a breath, I walked in and made my way towards Rabbit, and she lowered her head, placing a hand on her shoulder. Are you okay?
No. No, I am not.
Right. Rabbit took a deep breath and shook her head, wiping her eyes and smiling her usual kind smile, making me frown at the sight.
I just thought that I could make a change in this war. But apparently not.
Rabbit stared at me, searching for something in my eyes before letting out a sigh and whipping her staff and forming a bluish mist in her hands. As it finally disappeared, it revealed something I didn't expect to see. In Rabbit's hand was a black and red iron collar, broken around the tag on the back. It wasn't what sent a shockwave down my spine, however. Around the inner border were metal spikes, dulled from rest and time, but I could tell that at one point they had been sharp enough to pierce the wearer's neck. What is this? Rabbit placed it on the windowsill with a sigh, staring intently at it in remembrance.
That was my breeding collar.
A breeding collar. I stared wide-eyed at Rabbit, understanding, or at least putting together what she could have meant. She was a slave for breeding. As I stared, Rabbit let out a sad chuckle and shook her head.
I was born into a large family of animal demons. Rabbits like myself. However, we weren't born to have normal lives. We were bred to become slaves and servants to people like Diana.
Okay. I couldn't believe it. Did Diana own her at one point? It was hard to think about, but Rabbit continued.
I was given just enough to live and survive by my parents until I became an adult. Then I was taken to a breeding brothel with a handful of my brothers and sisters. They said that my magic was desirable to pass to offspring. As part of the membership, they welded this onto my neck, hoping to keep me from being disobedient.
Okay. That's... ugh. I instinctively rubbed my neck, disgusted at the story, despite knowing that she was going to be okay in the end.
Of course, when they found out that I was still a virgin, they decided to instead use me to stimulate their clients and male slaves.
Okay. Rabbit ran her hand along her mask that covered her mouth, shutting her eyes and tracing lines of her cheeks on her chin.
The day they cut open my mouth was the day Diana rescued me from captivity. I didn't think I was going to survive, let alone have my face become normal ever again. But Diana did everything she could to heal my wounds and reverse what my keepers did to me.
Ooh. At that moment, Rabbit slipped 2 fingers into her mask and lowered it, revealing 2 scars that traveled from each edge of her lips across her cheeks, like a wide smile, with 2 more scars down her jaw, like a puppet mouth. I covered my mouth, unable to form any words, but unable to stop the gasp that erupted in my throat from the sight. Rabbit quickly covered her mouth with her mask again and looked out the window in longing.
I was brought back here with all of the slaves Diana had freed and was given care. I saw a deep compassion in Diana. She cared about people below her status and wanted everyone to be equal and free. So I joined the rebellion and eventually became a leader alongside her.
Slowly, Rabbit's eyes began to turn from warm and longing to cold and anger.
At least that's what I thought.
What do you mean? Rabbit looked at me and gripped her staff with a white knuckle grip, gritting her teeth before speaking and answering my question.
As soon as this war is over, Diana will take over and become queen of this world, unifying everyone under her banner. However, with that kind of power, she can change the way my people are treated. But she refuses to use her power to do so. She doesn't understand what we have gone through, what my people have had to endure for eons. We are bred to be slaves, servants, war fodder, and we have no say in the matter. We deserve our freedom. We deserve to be free. We should not be forced to wait for her to come around to it.
Rabbit was very passionate about her desires for her demon kind. It was beyond admirable. However, Diana's warning echoed in my mind, reminding me of what she predicted if she decided to do as Rabbit asked. It was a difficult decision to be in. I understand Rabbit perfectly, but I also became fearful of Diana's prediction. The demon world was a very different playing field than the human world, so I expected demons to be more ruthless about their traditions. It was horrid to think that the situation revolved around both ends of the risk. The situation revolved around both ends of the risk spectrum. It was right, but it could be deadly. Rabbit shook her head, letting out a sigh.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't be telling you this. It was a private matter, and...
It's alright. I understood perfectly. The situation was indeed a mess, but something told me that they would be able to figure it out. Rabbit and Diana were smart women, after all. Rabbit looked at me in surprise before smiling slightly and nodded. Rabbit finally shook her head and let out a sigh.
Now that I'm done with my, business, shall we get to training?
Oh yeah, training. We don't have to. We don't have to do training today. With a nod from me, we spent the day forgetting what had happened and focused on working on my stamina and power with my animal guardian. It became easier to direct and even became intelligent enough to defend me if something tried to sneak up behind me. I was thankful for my new companion and felt ready for the siege ahead. Oh, there we are. This is what happens when we don't tell people we are struggling. There it is. I quickly walked to my room, waiting to make it there before Matthew. As I turned the corner in the hall, my room, however, a large number of shouts echoed.
Grab him! Don't let him get away!
Okay.
Let go of me!
What did you do? What did you do? Who did you murder? Who did you murder? Stared wide-eyed as cigars rushed into my bedroom and dragged Matthew out by his arms. I was even more surprised to see him slightly battered and covered in blood. What? Oh, and Sam is here. Okay. I took a step forward to rush in and see what was going on, but a hand stopped me and pulled me back. I looked over and stared at Sam gripping my shoulder, glaring ahead at his brother. Sam, what's going on?
Matthew did something really fucking stupid.
Yeah. Ripping Sam's hand from my shoulder, I turned around. Why did I move my shoulder in real life? What the fuck? And glared almost snarling in anger. What did he do? Killed a man. He's clearly covered in blood. Sam looked at me unfazed by my anger and walked forward ahead of me, following the group of soldiers and Matthew down the hall. I did the same, not desperate to know what's going on. It's Orb Prison. The Orb Prison. There we go. As we arrived in the Great Hall, Matthew was tossed into the center of the room where Rabbit had constructed a large magical circle. As Matthew fell to his hands and knees on it, the circle activated and formed a large barrier around him. Alright, you're in Dome Prison now, buddy. Frantic, Matthew rushed at the wall, slamming into them. He hoped to hopefully be set free. He informed multiple knives and tried to tear through the wall, only ending up with them ricocheting and landing on the floor. Okay.
Release me! No!
Yeah, no, I don't think so, buddy. I rushed forward trying to touch the barrier, but was forcibly pulled back by Irene and Iridessa. I fled in their arms, struggling against their hold, but became still as Diana entered the room with a large bloody handkerchief in her hand.
You come into my castle, eat my food, rest in my rooms, and have the utter gall to kill one of my guards and try to steal war plans?
It couldn't have been. I stared at Matthew and he locked eyes with Diana, sneering and pressing up against the barrier.
Well. Irene isn't the queen of the rebellion.
I love evil Matthew,
I gotta
actually.
tell you look like crap after all these years.
I kind of love evil Matthew. I don't know what it is about. I think I have a morally gray interest in men, in fictional men. like upsetting? What about like red flag fictional men? That's probably something I should unpack, but hey, it's fine. It's fine. I kind of love evil Matthew. I'm not gonna lie. It's okay. I'm okay. Oh boy. Diana's face remained stone cold as she passed the handkerchief to one of the nearby guards, stepping forward, pressing her hand to the barrier.
Lux.
Oh. On her word, the barrier suddenly began to brighten with lightning, shocking Matthew with an He's possessed. Thank you. Oh my gosh. He's possessed. I began to struggle more, wanting to stop. Soon enough it did, as Diana pulled her hand away from the barrier and glared into it. Matthew, having been electrocuted, fell to his hands and knees, panting wildly.
I can smell you, Demon Lord.
She's like, I know you're in there. I know you're in there, she said. I froze. The Demon Lord, he was behind this? I thought it was his mother, but the Demon Lord... I looked at Matthew, seeing him chuckle despite being in utter pain. Oh.
You figured me out, huh? You may have locked me away in my castle, but my bond to my blood is unbreakable!
Yikes. No, I don't like this. I don't like this. Matthew pounced off the ground, slamming into the barrier wall, grinning from ear to ear at Diana.
And when you come, I will be ready. I know all of your little plans, and will make sure that I completely destroy your precious army, one pathetic soldier at a time. Once I do, I'll make Zakeru my heir, and finally take over the rest of this godforsaken plane, for good.
No. Ew. This time, however, Diana smirked and tapped on the glass barrier between Matthew's eyes. Her iris is brightening in sadistic
And this
color.
is where you fail in war, Demon Lord. Who said we ever wrote anything down about our plans?
Well, Matthew stared astonished at Diana before snarling madly.
You're lying!
Test me, mongrel. I will prove it on the day we lay siege upon your pathetic castle and dominate your puny army.
Despite how twisted the situation was, the rebel leaders and guards in the room began to nod and smirk at Matthew in agreement with Diana's words. She, however, pressed her face against the barrier.
And I swear to you, this war will end with you dying by the hands of a succubus.
Alright. Hell yeah, girl. The guards around Diana cheered as Matthew continued to glare at Diana, clawing at the barrier wall to try and get her to no avail. She straightened her back and
As
scoffed.
for your son, we'll need to do a little surgery.
Oh, alright. Surgery? I pulled it. Irene eared his hands, staring at Diana like she was a madwoman. Surgery? What does she mean? Without another word, Diana placed her hand on the barrier and sent another wave of electric shocks into the barrier before he passed out entirely. Oh, well, there he goes. He's napping. He's napping, and now she's gonna yell at me. I love that. I love that so much for me. At last, I was released, letting me rush forward and nail the barrier, pressing my hands against it and peering to see him lying on the floor unconscious. I looked up to Diana and turned to glare at her. Don't yell at her. She's gonna yell at you. Why did you do that? Diana glared at me before turning away from me, crossing her arms.
Why did you hide this from me?
Girl, good question. Though I deserve an explanation. As Diana turned back to look at me at my explosion. After my explosion, I felt my body instantly freeze in fear underneath her sudden
And
gaze.
one of my men deserves not to be dead.
Yeah, fair enough.
Because of your little secret, this boy managed to lose control to whatever has been possessing him and killed one of my top-ranking officers in order to find my decoy battle plans.
Okay. Top ranking. Jesus Christ. I let it sink in. Matthew had killed someone. The influence on him really forced him to kill someone, and I couldn't believe it. As Diana released me from her enthrallment, I buckled to my hands and knees, panting for
Was
air.
hiding this worth it? Was his precious pride truly worth the life of one of my men?
Girl, I don't think so, but you know what? I shut my eyes knowing how wrong the situation was. Matthew was trying. He was fighting to stop whatever was taking control of him. He needed to do it on his own. However, before I could think of speaking back, James and Sam stepped forward in front of me, blocking me from
Give him Diana. He wasn't in control of himself.
He was quite literally possessed. You know, the definition of not his
and now
his
you're
actions.
defending him?
He was possessed. What do you mean?
Shut the fuck up! You don't understand what he's been through.
Me for real. That's me for real right here. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. That's me for real. Gosh, I got so much of that dog in me. That's crazy. This dog specifically. The one. Oh my god.
And I don't care! One of my men is dead because of him! Controlled or not,
oh my god.
It was his hands that took his life. No amount of pride can justify that.
Oh my gosh. Okay. We are all a little heated in this room. We gotta take a breath, please. Please. The brothers silenced themselves as I took everything in. Matthew had killed someone, the brothers understood, and Diana had essentially been betrayed. Part of me screamed that this was all my fault, and I didn't open my mouth to fix this. I didn't let anyone know that Matthew was going through, know what he was going through. However, Matthew was desperate to do this himself, even though he failed in the end. I can't have them leave Sam on screen like this. I was like, I'm losing my mind. Thank you. My main guy. Staring at me. He's right there. He's right there. Okay, everything's fine. Everything's fine. I'm fine. I lowered my head to the ground, gritting my teeth and trying to stop myself from crying. Carrie and Twyla rushed to my side, wrapping their arms around me in an attempt to comfort me. But I couldn't feel anything but despair for what's going on. Okay. We'll apologize. Yeah, of course we'd apologize. Why would we not apologize? Like, okay, I get it. I will apologize. She lost whatever it meant, so in the end this is entirely my fault. I didn't speak up when I should have, and now Matthew was in a cage of sorts, waiting to go through some form of surgery to fix him. I gripped at the ground and looked at Diana. I'm sorry, okay, for what happened. Everything is my fault. I began to break down, feeling Twyla and Carrie fully wrap their arms around me in an attempt to calm me down. Still, I felt horrid, disgusting. The death of one man was entirely because of my silence. I mean, no, but okay. There's a lot more nuance to it, but hey. Silence lingered in the room as Diana continued to bore her eyes into my soul. At last she let out an irritated sigh.
Enough. We need to figure out how to break this hold the Demon Lord has on him.
Okay. Should I cosplay Sam? Should I cosplay Sam? My hair's brown, right? My hair's brown and I can cut it short and I can easily thrift an outfit like that. That'd be so easy. I can easily thrift that. I can easily. That's not big deal. And I won't have to like do any wig shit. I can just use my actual hair. Or maybe contacts, but you know, we can figure that out later. Interesting. I could cosplay that. Diana looked at the guards over her shoulder and barked orders.
A chair, a bucket of sweet flowers, and a knife.
Soldiers nodded and saluted their queen before rushing off. Diana shook her head and placed her hand on the barrier.
What on earth could have made the control so strong?
Do I get to answer?
His mother.
Oh, Damien does. Everyone looked to Damien, seeing him intensely at his falling brothers with worry.
I can hear her voice, pleading with him to wake up.
Ah.
She keeps apologizing for making him do what he did.
Oh.
So his mother is to blame?
No. The Demon Lord is still the one who made him do what he did. The mother was a weakness of his, and only amplified his control.
Yikes. Diana sneered at Matthews, unconscious about it, as the soldiers from before rushed in and placed the chair beside her and the bucket beside it. Diana slowly sat down, but crossed her legs, holding out her hand and feeling a knife placed into it by a third guard.
We need to figure out how to block his mind from the Demon Lord's control. Once we do that, we can try to dispel it, while the Demon Lord's power isn't using Matthew's energy.
Taking the purple peach-shaped fruit from the large basket, Diana began to peel it and slice it open, revealing a black center. However, her focus
It will
remained
take
on
me some
Matthew.
time, but I think I can manage it.
Are you
Okay.
sure?
Alright.
I am. Everyone may go and sleep.
Okay. Alright. Everyone slowly nodded and began to leave the room. I, however, stood still, not wanting to leave him alone. As Diana noticed me, she glared softly.
Go to your room and rest. I will
She's
call
like,
you if something happens.
Need you to not be here right now, thank you. She said, please leave. Her words were venomous, warning me of the thin line I was walking across. As she placed a fruit slice in her mouth, I conceded defeat and left the room, staring at Matthew with utter worry before I exited. That night I slept alone. I was filled with different emotions: worry, sadness, anger, betrayal, and horror. Everything mixed and danced within me as I let out a heavy sigh. This would be a long night. I was barely able to eat or leave my room the following 2 days. I stayed in my room trying to calm down and take everything in. Matthew was a prisoner and Diana had to pull the control out of him somehow. How was she going to do that? I couldn't be sure, but I was certain that this was going to be a large challenge, especially since the Demon Lord was involved. The otherwise visited me, helping me eat and go through what I had trained. However, my mind focused on Matthew. I was more worried, sick for him. I wanted him to be free and I wanted him to be okay. I knew this wasn't the case for the moment, but I knew this wasn't the case for the moment, but I knew that it had to happen eventually. After all, we were a day away from marching to the siege. There we go. I gripped my hair and closed my eyes, trying to remember if there was anything I did to help stop the control. I was there for him, but it slowly dawned on me. I was there for him. His love for me was what kept him focused. I was there each time he lost control and managed to bring him down from it. It was something, a risky something, but something nonetheless. I rushed out of the room and into the grand hall, seeing Diana continue and stare at the barrier. Aside, however, Matthew was sitting cross-legged and smirking at Diana. Matthew? Diana and Matthew looked over at me, surprised to see each other.
What are you?
Hi. It's me. I'm gonna do something dumb and fix it. Here we go. I ignored Diana and continued forward, standing in front of the barrier and staring at Matthew's eyes. It's me. Wake up and get a hold of yourself. Matthew stared in shock before smirking and crawling over with a pout.
Aw, is the little human upset that she can't get fucked by her incubus?
Ew! 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 Why do enunciate it like that? That was done well, but I hated that. Ew. I had to ignore him. The Demon Lord was taunting me and tempting me to get me angry. Yeah, well... Still, I concentrated on Matthew's eyes, knowing Matthew was in there somewhere. I know you're in there. I know you can fight this. I could see a small glimmer in Matthew's eyes, proving that I was right. I smiled and pressed my hands against the walls of the barrier, trying to press myself against the magic blocking Matthew from me. Listen to me. You can stop this. You can do this yourself. I began to fill with hope, despite my words also reaching the Demon Lord. Matthew was also listening, and I could only hope that my love was fueling his need to stop his father's control. The barrier beneath my hands slowly began to desolidify, so my body slowly pressed into the wall and slowly barreled inside. Barrel. Sorry. Sorry, that was crazy. We love Aquililia.
No!
A barrel rolling in there. Alright, I'm at the barrier now. Oh, good. I looked up, finding myself inside the barrier somehow. Looking around and seeing Matthew staring at me intensely, I gulped, knowing that the Demon Lord was still there, reading his every movement, every word that ran from his lips. Still, I believed in him. I slowly stood up and walked over, opening my arms. Matthew, I love you and I'm here for you. Please break through this and come back. Nothing. Got it. Doing well. Slowly Matthew walked forward, shakily reaching out his hands for me. I could see the desperation in his eyes as he tried to listen. That was it. I walked forward and held his hands before feeling them slide up to my cheeks, warming my face in his palms. I should be fine. I'm not gonna die. Please? Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. For a moment, a glimmer of his blue eyes filled my heart with joy. I gripped his hands, desperate for him to hang on and fight. Finally, Matthew gritted his teeth and released his face, gripping his head.
Get out of my head!
We did not die. We did not die. Oh, hell yeah! Oh, Matthew. We're still alive! I rushed over, wrapping my arms around his back as Matthew sank to his knees, digging his fingers into his hair. I could hear Diana trying to see what was going on, but my body managed to block her view. Matthew looked up at the wall and snarled.
Get out!
Oh, he's got this. There we go. Matthew shouted at the sky, arching back and releasing a large red wave of energy from his body. It zipped into the air and broke free of the barrier, circling over the ceiling like a thundercloud. In quick response, Diana put her hands out and formed a large purple orb in her hand before tossing it at the energy, capturing it in another cage and letting it hit the ground locked inside. My focus, however, was on Matthew. He panted and clasped me over his neck and chest in pain as he shut his eyes tightly. I barely noticed the sound of his brothers and their wives running in to see what had happened. I lifted Matthew in his arms and caught his eyes as he opened them, seeing the man I loved once again back in my arms. Matthew very slowly let out a grin across his face as he lifted a hand and cupped my cheek.
Hey, beautiful.
He's back! He's not possessed anymore! Well, he's back. Do we get to come out of the orb now? Can I come out of the orb? Thank you. I was gonna say, dispel the orb, please. My breath hissed as I quickly fell forward and wrapped my arms around Matthew, uncaring that the barrier around us was slowly being dispelled by Diana. It's not Deanna, it's Diana. God damn it. Matthew wrapped his arms around my form, hugging me tightly and kissing over my neck.
Thank you.
We did it! You're alive! And you killed a man still, but it's okay! You're welcome. The moment seemed to last forever, a private world with me and Matthew in each other's arms, desperate to not let go. However, Diana's voice caused us to slowly separate and look up at her.
Not that I care that I'm breaking this moment apart, but we have more important things to do than this.
Yeah, okay. Diana. Diana rolled her eyes and took up the orb that held the Demon Lord's control energy, staring into the piercing gaze.
I will take care of this.
She's like, alright.
But I'm positive that this is not all of it. After all, he did control you enough to kill.
Oh, okay. I felt myself slump over. She really wasn't going to forgive him, but she was right. Fair enough. Fair enough on her part. You know what? Demon Lord's control was ultra powerful. Who knew how much control he really had? Diana sighed and willed the orb away into the air before looking at us.
Well then, I've spent enough time fixing this. Now I must prepare for a war.
Alright.
Excuse me.
Fair enough. Okay. And everyone goes back to their regularly scheduled program. Diana nodded to us and left without another word. Matthew, however, grinned at me and nuzzled my forehead.
Guess I really did need saving after all.
Yeah, you kinda did, Matthew. You kinda did. You kinda needed to listen to me. But whatever, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay, you had to learn that lesson. But after murdering someone, but it's okay. I shook my head knowing that was not true. I was there to help, not there to save. I kissed his cheek and smiled. I only helped you do it on your own. You broke his control over you, not me. We chuckled for a little. We chuckled for each other, slowly standing and happy to be in each other's arms at last. James, however, stepped forward with a frown, causing Matthew to release me.
Matthew, I apologize for not being a proper brother for you and treating you with the respect you deserved. I would never want you to not trust me or the others.
I think the apology for not being a proper brother is not noticing that something was going on with him. I'm so sorry. What? The issue is not that you babied him. The issue is that, I mean, okay, that might be a little bit of an issue. Yeah, but the major issue is you didn't realize something was going on. The whole time. I assume the 5 of you have been training together for the war. How have you not noticed something was happening? How would Damien not notice something was happening? He has mind reading. Okay. In agreement, the other brothers stepped up and nodded, ashamed as well. Matthew stared at all of them in shock before kissing my cheek and stepping towards them.
Hey. You're my brothers. We're supposed to support and protect each other, right?
That's what I said. It's almost like that's what I said. Okay. Okay. Whatever. All of them smiled at each other, and I felt myself needing to rest once more. Yeah, we're apparently a little tired. What did we do today besides get really sad the past 2 days? We weren't even training the past 2 days. We were just being really sad. Girl. I held the wall slightly, maintaining my balance as I shook my head and looked over at the brothers, seeing them happily rekindle their brotherly love they had before. Mouse. My mouse. There we go. I looked through the wives, winking before sneaking out. Matthew needed some time with his brothers to settle some differences. I would wait for him. Yeah, we're gonna wait for his room. There's one more scene before we go out to war, I believe. Is there? How many scenes are there? There's the first scene in the beginning of the. Maybe I'm mixing up the order of whose scene goes where. I think in one of the routes, the second intimacy scene is like right before you go out to war, or like the day before. But I think there's only 2 for each. I could be wrong. I began to make my way back to my room, but I stopped as I heard the sound of whispered voices.
So
budging?
we're all in agreement?
Budging? So we're all in agreement? No,
we have to.
Not Bajang.
We don't have any choice anymore.
We don't have Bajang. No more Bajang.
It will be for the better, I'm sure.
Okay.
Indeed.
I forgot about this thing here. This thing that's framed to be a coup. I peeked into the room to see the interior of the library where all 4 rebel leaders stood in a circle. Sergeant leaned against the fireplace, Manitoba, Rabbit, and Shadow sat next to the 2 empty chairs. They, however, floated in to and fro from the side, anxious. What were they talking about? I think my favorite interaction with mentors and stuff is when you train under Shadow. Because when you train under Shadow, when you get to this part here, there is like a little bit of like option to, when you sneak in, to actually make like a shadow form of yourself and then sneak in with your shadow. And he like catches you because he's like, oh, I taught you how to do that, but no one else like notices until he does. I think that's like my favorite little thing with that. How do we just walk in if we're training under Rabbit? I was so engrossed in figuring out what was happening in the room that I didn't notice a figure coming up behind me and pushing me into the room. Oh, no, we just got pushed in. Okay.
My lady, your student tried to listen in.
Bashang! Bashang, how could you betray us like this? What? What? Bashang, I thought we were buds. I thought you were this sweet little innocent-eyed boy. You betrayed me, Bashang. Bashang? Bashang? We are not friends after this. What do you mean? This sweet baby boy? Bashang? What the fuck? But Shang, I was so close to going home without drama, and you created this drama. You put me in this room. I could have walked by. Shame. Shame on you.
Thank you, Bajang.
No. Not Bashang. This man's so tall. What was I gonna do? Bashang's way too tall. I grimace now out of the open. Hi guys! Hey everyone! How are we doing? What are we talking about? The four stared at me with cold eyes as if they were ready to send me back to the human world as a corpse rather than going through the siege. Great! Hi guys. I looked up at all of them and I slowly rose to my feet, eyeing each leader as I considered running for the door. But Zhang is behind us. We're not getting to the door. He just pushed us in here. He probably shut the door. However, they looked at each other in contemplation. Also, hold on. Why was the door not shut? Why was the door not shut? Y'all having a secret meeting without the door being shut? What are you talking about?
Say, you didn't hear anything, did you?
Not anything to make sense of, no.
What was the last thing you heard?
Dude, I got a short-term memory. I don't even know. I got so upset for the fact that Bashang pushed me in the room that I personally, right now, do not genuinely remember what dialogue they said to each other. I genuinely do not know what dialogue was said to them, across amongst them, because I was so upset about Bashang pushing me in here. I genuinely don't know. Something for the better. Having no choice. I don't remember. I don't remember, guys. Something for the better, I guess. I suddenly felt the guards of each leader behind me. Yeah, okay. Great. They're seriously gonna kill me for walking in and eavesdropping. Yeah! Yeah, they will. Look at this man. He's so unbothered. He would murder. Look at this is the eyes of someone who would kill without thinking. Actually, he would kill with thinking. He would just make you think that he's just like, didn't think about it.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Hold on, guys!
Okay, thank you, girl. I felt the guards back away from me slowly, most likely still cautious. I let out a small sigh, happy that I wasn't going to die. Rabbit, however, looked at me with her ears twitching.
Let us ask first. Do you know what has been truly happening with Diana?
No, I don't know shit. I don't remember shit either. I looked to Rabbit knowing what she meant. Did I? Do I look at Rabbit knowing what she meant? Is this about the not wanting your people to be slaughtered? Dana had been acting oddly and it was not boding well. The more I saw her, the more I could tell that something was seriously weighing her down and influencing her words. She's under a lot of pressure. She's about to rule the entirety of the Abyssal Plains. She's been fighting a war for 10 years. Or her experience of 10 years. What? Of course she's acting a little different. She's a little stressed out. I don't understand the confusion here. But what does this have to do with this meeting? As I answered, the other demons looked at each other before Shadow stepped forward.
Let's not play the ignorance game. We're going to assassinate the succubus when the war is over.
Oh, well, I didn't know. See, here's the thing. I didn't know any of that shit until you told me. So now it's your fault that I have this information. I could have walked out of here not knowing what the fuck you were talking about, but you have thus given me the information that will lead me to be killed in this room, sir. That's not cool, bro. What do you mean? That's so uncool, man.
Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, what? Yeah, exactly. What the fuck?
Way to just blurt it out!
This man wanted to do this. This man wants to kill me. He wants to kill me. Why else would he have done that? If he didn't want me dead, he wouldn't have done that.
There's no use in hiding it. We don't know how much she has heard.
It doesn't matter how much I heard anymore. I'm sorry. What does it matter how much I heard before? I know what's going to happen now. You have ruined Shadow. Shadow wants me dead. What do you mean? Doesn't matter how much I knew before, because I know it now. I'm gonna be killed. I'm gonna die in this room, dude. Imagine if there was an ending where you could die in this room. That'd be crazy. Just be like, oh, bad end. That'd be kind of fun, actually. If you, like, say the wrong thing in here and then Shadow just actually kills you. I became massively confused. Confused? He just said his plan out loud. Why were they gonna do that? What would come out of that? Rabbit stood and walked over to the fireplace. Okay. I could tell I was about to get an answer. I don't know if I want the answer. I'm not gonna lie.
Diana, we fear, has become corrupted.
I think she's just stressed out. What do you mean?
Meaning, she's going batshit crazy like the Demon Lord.
No. I think she's fine. I mean, like, she's, like, stressed out to hell and back, but, like, she's still defending, like, people's lives, which is not corrupted, in my opinion. For my eyebrows, that couldn't be. She seemed mostly fine, save for a few instances here and there. Sergeant reading my face pushed himself off the mantle and stood up, reminding me of his power and stance.
You hate the Demon Lord as much as we do,
Yeah,
correct?
but like, see, when the Demon Lord went insane, he started killing a bunch of people. When she's getting stressed out, she still very much cares about the people who work under her. And she's still very much upset about the loss of life. That's very different. I glared at his stupid question. Of course I hated him. He had trapped me here and forced me and the ones I want to join a war. There was no reason to remotely like him. At my glance, Faye swooped in between me and Sergeant, waving her arms frantically.
We're not trying to make you mad, but...
This is ridiculous.
Shadow, you just want to kill someone. I think you just want to fight. If you wait one more day, if you wait one singular day, you get to do that. Shadow stood up from his seat, clearly irritated. Do not approach me, sir. I don't want to be approached by you.
Succubus has gone mad, and if we don't end her life before she takes the throne, then she will become as mad as the Demon Lord. There is no saving her. Understand?
No, because she's... No!
Oh, come on, Shadow! Seriously?
This smug bastard.
No, this is beyond unnecessary.
I love him.
All three of you are complicating the matter when all that needs to be stated is the truth.
It's like a character gets on my nerves, or a character has red flags, and I'm like, yeah. Put them in the box of characters that I really like. Oh my god. How could this be? Diana, like the Demon Lord? None of this made sense. Diana seemed mostly bright in the head. However, she was strong enough to lead an army and help me survive until now. She even aided in the incubi. Those weren't actions of a madwoman. Shadow rolled his eyes and went back to his seat. Oh, unless you sat back down.
Well, here's the thing. Here in the demon world, emotions and stuff can be uber powerful.
Okay.
Things like extreme grief or euphoria can even become energies on their own.
Yeah.
While other feelings become, well, they can become very, very bad things.
What a vague way to say that, but yeah, okay. Like madness.
Yeah. Madness is more than just a head-mind thingy. Here in this world, it's like a leech or a virus. When a demon catches it, madness just grows and grows until it consumes them. Like it
and
did
what's
with
your...
the Demon Lord.
What is your proof that she has madness, then? Taking the new information in, I look at the floor thinking of the Demon Lord and how psychotic he was said to have become. He waged wars and apparently enjoyed burning down kingdoms and slaughtering the innocent. If that was how far madness would take a demon, then I feared for anyone who was capable of falling into it.
You can become mad in multiple ways. By being born mad or being infected by it. Diana has fought the Demon Lord head on multiple times during the past 10 years. It was inevitable that she would catch the affliction.
So we still haven't told me why you think she has caught this affliction. You can catch madness? How is that possible?
We don't know, but this wouldn't be the first time someone who used to be sane went mad because they were around another crazy demon.
Okay. There's an uneasiness in the room, so they told me that none of them believed that was the true cause. There's more to this. If Diana had to die, there had to be a solid reason. The madness excuse wasn't enough. Why are they planning it if they didn't truly believe it? It's not just because she's mad. There's something else is wrong. The rebel leaders become silent, letting the tension lay in the air in plain view. I was right. There's more to the story.
Diana doesn't deserve the throne.
Okay. I looked to Rabbit, shocked to hear her say that. She had joined the rebellion because Diana wanted to make things better. Why does she not deserve the throne now?
We all joined the rebellion to make this world a better place. But Diana has proven that she doesn't care about anything other than defeating the Demon Lord for revenge. She is not a real leader.
Alright. Is it because she didn't approve of what you said to her? Rabbit flinched a bit, remembering that I was eavesdropping on the conversation.
I joined this rebellion to fix the broken caste system. With Diana on the throne, nothing will change. Demons will still be forced to live as they were, and my kind will continue to be nothing more than slaves and servants.
The rage in Rabbit's eyes as she looked towards me could kill. I felt myself become fearful of her as she took another step towards me.
If this madness has dulled her sense of duty to the world, and I join this war for nothing, then I will be happy to rid the world of her, if that keeps my kind from being kept under her foot.
Okay. Her cause was noble. I felt myself become lost in whose side I was on as Rabbit closed her eyes and took a breath to calm down. She shook her head, tapping her staff on the ground.
We can't have you remembering the conversation we had here if we are set on stopping her.
Took a step back, now afraid that they were all really gonna kill me.
Whoa! Hey, hold on! We're not gonna hurt you or anything!
Okay. That was something of a relief, but what were they going to do?
I'm curious, human. Do you believe in the succubus?
Do I? The other rebel leaders looked at Shadow as he placed a hand on his chin in thought and peered into my eyes.
Who do you believe should rule this world? The succubus? Or one of us?
Became the focal point of the entire... Oh yeah, because that's what I get to decide. I'm the main character, so I have to do this. I looked to the floor trying to mull over the question. She had saved my life from... and was doing everything to make sure I could go back to the human world as safely as possible. Still, from seeing how she was behaving, something was definitely wrong. Was she really ready to take the throne? The 4 rebel demons before me, however, were all smart and balanced each other out in some way, shape, or form. Yeah, that's until they start probably fighting with each other. I could tell that they could all bring peace to the world in some way, but did Diana really have to be eliminated for that? I knew if I sided with Diana, then she would eventually be eliminated by these 4, unless she found out beforehand. I could warn her if they erase my memories, though. I was bouncing on the edge of a net. Okay. think we're just gonna go with we don't see the world after this. It's probably fine. I feel like for this one, she's standing up for a lot more, actual people's lives still, so we'll go with her. Diana had done so much for us, and for me, there was no way I could betray her. The four in the room stared at me, taking in my reply.
What does a human know?
Oh, it's okay. Why did you even ask my opinion if you didn't care?
Well, we did ask.
Exactly.
Enough. We need to continue this another time. For now...
Alright, she points her staff at me, and I take a step back.
Ex memoria de hot loco mentem.
Cool. All at once I felt my head completely filled with white noise, caused me to grip my head and fall to my knees in pain. Oh, well. This memory erasing spell is a lot more painful than I remember. I shut my eyes and feel the world spin before me. I relaxed in silence as silence overtook my senses. My body floated for a bit in an empty void before softly landing on the surface, which caused me to open my eyes and look around. What happened? Oh, what happened? What happened? I was in the hallway on the floor. How'd I get here? I woke up naked in Denny's parking lot. Weird. I stood up and brushed myself off. I looked around, hoping no one saw me laying on the floor. Anyway, back to my room. It's been more tired than I thought. Just to pass out and sleep on the floor. Alright, I finally returned to my room and flopped onto the bed, letting the events of my time in the Abyssal Plains replay in my mind. I have been trapped here, and soon enough I was going to go marching into battle to end a war against the Demon Lord. Great. The more I thought about it, the more surreal the feeling became. We're back to our surreal nonsense. We've experienced too much before. MC's gone through a lot. I was going to be in a room, meeting powerful an adversary face to face, and set myself free of the curse brought upon me. What made my head spin was the fact that Matthew had been under the influence of his father and mother's control. It was beyond imaginary, but it happened, and I couldn't believe it. At the same time, I had no choice but to come to terms with it. As Matthew entered the room at last, I smiled and stood, walking over, wrapping my arms around him as he returned
You're
my
the
embrace.
best person in the entire universe. You know that?
Yeah. I'm getting cocky now, it's crazy. And you are too. We held each other locked in silence, unable to say anything more. We had been in a heavy predicament, and we escaped. Sure, the Demon Lord may still have had some sway over Matthew, but it wasn't enough to control him now. All we could do in the moment was hold on to each other and listen to our synchronized heartbeats. As the thought of tomorrow danced in my head, I began to fear it even more. Was I ready to go into battle? Was Matthew? Were any of us, for that matter? We were all about to walk into the battlefield of a world war. Would we survive? Would I live to see Matthew afterwards and feel his embrace again? Tomorrow brought too many questions, and to think about that, I became frustrated and scared. We're gonna make a save really quick right here. We'll do that. We'll just do it over this one. I'm sitting here like thinking about why does my mind always wander to my mind wanders to other stories in this game. And I know if I say the words #handlebars, we all know what that means. We all know what that means. It's not in Matthew's route, but my brain wanted the scene of #handlebars so badly in this moment just now. Just now, reading halfway through that, I went, you know what scene I really want to play right now? That one. And I shouldn't do this. I should not do this to myself. I've been going for 4 hours. That's crazy. It's 1:30? Oh, I don't know. I think I could play this scene. I think a good idea, maybe like play this scene out, because yeah, play the scene out, get CG, do whatever there, and then that will get us to the next day, which is the start of the siege, the day of the siege. I think that might be a good place to might be the best place to stop story-wise. Because then we can just pick back up and finish out Matthew's stuff, and then we have the side episodes for Matthew still then. Because it is nearing 2 in the morning, so that probably would be a good idea. Yeah, okay. Well, that seems like a good plan. We'll finish out this scene, and then we will do a rundown of the next week's plans, because I'm doing really bad at making schedules. And I just relay it verbally. Let's do it. I don't think this one does not have a CG. I think now that it's like hitting the 3rd scene, I know there's 2 scenes with the CG and 1 scene without, and that's why I thought there was only 2 scenes. Let's do it. Turn on the sexy music. Turn on the sex music. Let's go. I needed to hold him and treat the night like it was the last night in the world. Tomorrow was unpredictable and tonight was guaranteed. I guided Matthew back to the back and sat on the bed, looking up at him before slowly easing out of my shirt, locking eyes with him as I slowly began to strip for him. His breath became slightly hitched as he watched, obeying my silent demand to keep his eyes on me. As I finally became bare from the waist up, I pressed my hand onto the bed and slid back, letting my legs up onto the mattress and holding them out for him to do the honors. I tilted my head, letting him get the picture as I dangled my legs in front. Matthew let out a shy sigh before nodding and biting his lower lip and crawling up onto the bed, grasping at my clothes and sliding them off my legs, leaving me completely bare. As he tossed my clothes to the side, I settled back onto the bed and held out my arms to him. Obediently, Matthew followed, kneeling between my legs, pressing his hands on both sides of my body, staring deep into my eyes and making me become lost in Squirtle's blue irises. His orbs. God, not the orbs. Oh! No. I slowly danced my arms open over his shoulders and felt his skin slightly heat up beneath my hands, making me slightly spark at my living incubus. I'm all yours. Would you take all of me? Okay. The carnal desire that flashed in my eye. The carnal. I can speak words. Fuck. The carnal desire that flashed in my eyes made my body shudder even before his enthrallment began to settle into my body and completely encased my core in desire. There is no way that is one whole sentence. Oh my god, that is one sentence.
I don't deserve
Jesus.
you.
Oh my goodness. Our words became muffled, lost in the air as he pressed his lips hard against mine and quickly began to discard his jeans, joining me in my bare exposure and taking in the scent as I relished the feeling of his skin against mine. However, what surprised me was him turning me over and wrapping his arms around my waist, hugging me back against his chest. I took the hint to grip onto the bedpost and arched my back for him, impatient. The pleasure rocked through me as it became a mess in his arms. The bed rocked hard against the wall, and I dug my nails into the wood and took in his love with... Oh, wow. Very different vibes from the other one. My heart sung... Harry... oh my god, what is that word? Arias? Arias of love in my core screams songs of ecstasy and man take. I'm gonna look that word up after this, because if I don't know a word, I had to look it up. This was indeed our last night in the demon world, so we would relish in the feeling of magic and lust melting around us as we soared into euphoria. Even as we angled ourselves to lock lips, our inhibitions became lost in the air. We became rough, rapid, and roared with the pleasure that rushed through us, quickly washing through our peaks once, twice, 3 times. We didn't care to count farther, losing our senses within our arms. As our ride eventually had to end, we settled into the mattress, panting and gasping. The natural muscle of our sweat danced in the air as we slowly cuddled together and relaxed into the sheets beneath our bodies. I was dizzy swimming in oceans of joy and love with Matthew within Matthew's arms, causing me to nuzzle my head beneath his and kiss his. I don't know. I will always be here.
And I'll be here in yours. I promise.
Beautiful. A sense of hope and courage wrapped around us that night, laced with our undying commitment for each other. We would survive, we would be okay. I felt safe in his arms, and I'm sure he would feel safe in mine. We would return to the human world and be okay. Tomorrow would decide everything. The day of the siege. The day of the siege! Alright, we'll save there. I'm gonna look up how to say that one word because that's interesting that I didn't immediately recognize how to pronounce that. What this word? A pronunciation. What this word? Oh, an aria. It's a self-contained solo piece of music typically sung by one person with an instrument or orchestral accompaniment. Got it. I knew it had something to do with music. Like, it was very like song language, but I was not quite understood exactly what it is. Okay. Yeah, I'm learning words. Very cool. That being said, we have now gotten to the day of the siege. So I think that might be a good spot. Because then we can just pick back up. We'll do the finale next time. What is the vibe of the next week? Well, I know I need to get my ass in gear and get these fucking artworks done. So Tuesday and Wednesday streams are probably gonna be art. And if they are not art, then I am doing something wrong and I need to be doing art on those days. Friday, I was doing Seduce meets on Fridays, but what's probably going to end up happening is we'll probably do Seduce Me Friday, and I'm going to really try, I'm really going to try and get Dandelion fixed for because whatever reason it's not working, because we have 2 routes left in Dandelion and I can't believe I can't just not finish Dandelion, so it's gonna be a struggle bus. If I can get Dandelion fixed in time for Friday and Saturday, I might swap because I might swap the order. It'll be, I think, because if I get it to work, I want to make sure I get as much started with Dandelion as I can. So maybe Dandelion will be on Friday, but I will see what I can do to fix Dandelion in the next day or so. And from there, I'll post a schedule to confirm what's going to be Friday and what's going to be Saturday. Can't think of much else. Yeah. I think that's everything. I don't know if I really like playing Seduce Me. It feels like going back home. I like it. It's very, very fun, very nice. I do have to do oh goodness, it's getting warm downstairs. It's been getting super warm down in the office area as things have gone on, as the stream has gone on. It's been a little rough. But we can take a little look-see. See who do I want to pop over and say hello to? There's a colorful stage. Hatsune Miku, colorful stage. Whoa. Damn, okay. I haven't played Hatsune Miku Colorful Stage in a hot minute. I used to do that on Tuesdays. I used to do that on Tuesdays if I wasn't drawing, or I did half and halves. Which I guess I probably could do that. It's all on my iPad, so it probably would be fine. I don't know, yeah. I guess we'll hop over to Miss Input. He's playing Colorful Stage. Hatsune Miku Colorful Stage. My other favorite game that I like to play on my iPad, but it keeps crashing all the time because iOS hates Hatsune Miku apparently. I don't want to raid into him as he's like concentrating on a run because he plays on expert, and I don't play on expert, but that's crazy. Let me make a little message first. While I make the message, I would say, of course, I'll leave us with the please take care of yourselves, everybody. Stay hydrated. Definitely be drinking that water, especially with this heat wave, with the summer that's just like super, super hot, even without a heat wave here. If the air condition around your area is bad because of the wildfires in Canada, do take care of yourself by hydrating, and if it is super, super bad, it doesn't hurt to do like a little mask because that will help block some of it a little bit. But yeah, the general gist: take care of yourself, stay hydrated, make sure you're eating, make sure you're sleeping well, all of that there. And we are, let's see, I don't even know what the message gonna be. I'm singing the music from the other stream that's playing in my ears. It's the Hatsune Miku lobby music. Can I? I am going to, we're gonna be Dancing Dragon today. That's gonna be me, I think. Let me see if they're oh, they're also ending. Damn, wait, what? They did a short one. He usually goes a lot longer. Oh shit. Oh no. I made plans. Oh no. That's got to do full combos? That's crazy. Let me grab my little mark thingy majigger, my little dragon symbol thing in my title here. And then we'll figure out another thingy majigger here. I think we'll keep it Hatsune Miku, because I am obsessed with Hatsune Miku and I love watching how impressive it is some of these other people are. Some people are so impressive and it's insane. This person literally has like a Hatsune Miku, one of the terms like in their name. That's so fun. They got a Wonderhoy in the name for this person, so I think we'll go here. She seems to have, I don't know yet. Hold on. Why did I get a Spider-Man ad? Oh. Oh, sorry. I was making the message. That will be, let's make this one. Okay, so this will be a good old message there that we can do. She's playing with vibes. I love it. She plays for vibes and I absolutely adore. I also play for vibes. Their name is Wonderhoy Ruta? Wonderhoy Ruta? Wonderhoy is what Emu shouts in the game. So I think it's really cute that we have our namesake after one of our characters in the game. Beautiful, perfect. I will be signing off. Everyone, I'll see you guys on Tuesday or Wednesday or Friday or Saturday, whichever stream you end up joining on. Thank you so much for everyone who stopped by and watched along and enjoyed our Sweet Boy Matthew's story. I had a bunch of fun, and I'm proud of myself for being able to read the smutty scenes without being embarrassed about it. I was able to do it. But yeah, take care of yourself, everyone. Spread your joy, and I will see y'all as my stars later. That is our friendo here. Let me copy and paste this before I fucking forget, because the amount of times I forget to copy my own rain message is crazy. Anyway, everybody have a good night. I'm going to leave us with some Tameless territory, and then we'll head over to Wonder Boy. Yeah. Thank you. Good night, everybody.